I am fucking stupid now. At 1 years old. Hello. Okay, I'm going to leave it like that.
And like that, so you
Fish. Hi, Jeffo. How you doing? Pies, yes.
Well, that's a knee.
No, this is my thigh now.
Okay. Weird thigh, but there you go.
Who we got? Hi, Snick City. Hiya. How you doing? Hey, Fakey Skins. Hiya. I realise that where I've put my fucking thing is so awkward.
What?
my talkie thing is just gonna... Oh, that's not... Ah!
Oh.
I don't know what I'm dragging. I'm dragging something. Such a botch.
Right, so you're putting it on me, not on you.
It moves. It doesn't matter. I cast 1 million pictures. You wish. How you been, Jeff? You been alright? Oh yeah, how's your hand? The wound regularly gets whipped over. Oh god, bless you. Holy fuck. Please rest and take it easy.
What did they do to their hand?
Jeff can inform what they did to their hand. What's that? I hate this. I don't know if this is a Windows issue or my fucking browser being my browser.
No.
Hi Izzy. Hiya. Oh my god, Ghosty. Hiya. How you doing? You changed your name. The Void, yes. Void.
The void is
The
actually
Minx.
sitting.
Hey baby. She's like, what the fuck have I done?
Hello.
What was your problem? I can touch bony. Yeah, you guys can see how bony my fucking knees are. Oh, I gotta stretch my... You guys should hear this. Actually, no, chat's never heard this.
It's when you do it, so people can hear it.
Hang on, my legs undid it. Oh, fucking hell, come on. My legs undid. There we go. Oh, hi Apple! Oh, bless you, thank you for subscribing, sweet. How you doing? Oh, Spicens cute pies. You sure you're not looking in the mirror? You know, so I'll fill you guys in. Not currently, no.
I mean, we can make that possible. We can just get the mirror one.
The mirror or not feeling too good? Or feeling okay? Did I ask for... Yeah,
I can't remember. You asked both.
brilliant! I remember, you're such help!
I've had a busy day today.
We both know I work more now. I'm joking. I work more hours than you. Would you?
Little bit.
Would you? I can't even bullshit my way through this. This fucker works way more than I do. Oh no. So
How many breakdowns do you have to deal with today?
I don't deal with fucking kids. Well, not in that capacity.
I had someone had a breakdown over their phone today.
How'd you have a wait? I'm sorry. How'd you have a breakdown over a phone?
Well, story is they spilt coffee so they lost their earpods at the gym and they spilt coffee on their phone and it went through their charger stuff. And it's an old phone and they've broken it a few times. So, and it was saying, hey, there's moisture in the thing. So, do not charge it because, and it wouldn't come charge. So, well, they're broken for it forever. So I started crying. Right? So we're trying to consult and say, look, it's okay, it happens, right? Because it's an important thing, everything happens. Like, people... And then someone else said, oh yeah, I dropped my phone down the toilet the other day. You know? Da-da-da. I was tempted to bring up what you did yesterday, but I didn't.
Fuck off. Speaking of, I need my... I need to take my meds at some point.
Go take them now.
What coats I have in there?
You had my one. You had this one.
I don't think they're in there. I had a jacket on. I can't remember what jacket I was wearing. Oh, it was blue. I'll take them in a bit. It's fine. It's the one on the suitcase. Fun fact, human behavior studies suggest that a person who loses cell phone experiences panic similar to near-death experiences. Really?
Yeah.
I get it if it's your only source of communication, because
Um,
I would understand entirely.
No, we understood it, but the main issue was like I was saying that's what I had to deal with. One thing I had to deal with it. You should take meds. I'd rather you.
What meds do you take?
No, I'd rather. I know you should take meds. That's what I mean.
I'd rather you. You should rather me. I'm the one who takes meds.
Yeah, I meant you. I'd rather you take them now than later. Okay.
Wait, no, I took. Did I take some at the food bank? I think I did.
Yeah,
Yes,
you got
I
them
did.
out.
Fuck yeah.
You got them
I
out.
can't
You
take
got them
it.
out. You got them out. Yeah.
Yeah. Thank God I remembered. Holy shit, I remembered. Chat, I'm getting better. Maybe.
You remembered more than me.
Would you rather shit?
Would you rather shit? What?
What kind of question, Jeffrey? Can you get me a drink?
Yeah.
They were doing to hydrate. Go on, go puppy. Hey Yuka, you alright? What's up? What do you mean, wah? Thank you for the hydrate, Jaden. How you doing? You know, I will give context to the stream. So, basically, for those who don't know, outside of whatever you're going to class my content as, I have had the role of a mentor. I have been a mentor in my own specialist field. I have now basically been given a possibility of remaining with one of the many different organizations / charities. It's confusing. I'll work with both sometimes. Because you can be both a company and a charity. I've basically been given an opportunity to stay with them. That opportunity is based on me providing a curriculum. Designing my own curriculum entirely for them. So this one has had... Mouse, can you not commit yourself, please? This one has had essentially an apprenticeship, right? Running. Except now they want to do that again, but with qualifications. It's one of the ones that I work the most with. I'm not freelance. It's very confusing to even explain what I do. But essentially, I'm trying to think. Sorry, my brain is not well with it. I shouldn't do this. Give me a sec. Processing issues have been present recently. Oh god. Yeah, no. Essentially, the difference is that their current traineeship, apprenticeship, whatever you want to call it, has been like an apprenticeship but without any qualifications involved. So people basically just got experience and nothing but experience. They want to not do that this time, and they want to do something better. So I have the ability to propose this and make it fit alongside the many different areas. It's kind of cool. They want to design a entire curriculum that will have like certificates and everything. Thank you. They want to design something like that will give people the opportunity to have experience in curation, in pretty much as many fields of the museum as they can, or just heritage in general. And I am basically being given the opportunity to build something alongside that. It's a potential. This might just be something I design that never gets funding. But yeah, so today I am with my roommate, which my roommate works in education a little bit more directly than I do. I design and host workshops for colleges and schools. We haven't done too many colleges. I think we come to yours once, twice.
Yeah, we did plan on having you guys again, but we had a person manager, so I don't know whether that's what's going to happen. But no, you guys were really good. We actually really enjoyed it.
I think the person who saw you is still with us. I think.
Well, you had that guy ill.
A lot. Yeah, that one. Yeah.
So we were gonna have him, but someone else had to take over because they were ill.
What do you do in his workshops? So we've done a mixture. It's kind of changed a lot. Originally, we were doing nothing but 3D scanning. I was the one who kind of made this specific one. Realized that 3D scanning. The issue was it was how much, not how much, it was how much they would take away from it, because you're working with a scanner that is essentially. How much is our scanner? 20 to 15 grand? So I can train you with that right now. I can literally teach you how to use it in under like a week, right?
Yeah.
But it's not like you can go and get your own and then go and carry those skills off and apply them. So I introduced them to a different thing that just uses a camera, photogrammetry. And it kind of changed a lot. Part of it, we wanted it to just be training people in that. And then it's kind of took on off its own thing. I can't really talk about my workshops too much. They are so unique that if I went into too much detail, you would find too much detail. Also, yes, you guys are going to see how I can sit in the W position, so if anyone's horrified by that, just a warning. This is how I normally sit. But yeah, basically, I've been doing nothing but workshops in photogrammetry, teaching people that stuff.
I hate Apple right now.
Apple clicking all the guys. Because photogrammetry is this really interesting field where essentially you can try to learn it in uni and you will cry. Because uni teaches you in such a roundabout way. What I mean by that is it is literally like... I'm just going to turn the music down for myself because I want to focus.
Do we still have the birds and that going on, actually?
Do I? Oh shit, I turned the bird off. I didn't know you guys could hear that. I think all the sounds are off now. You should just hear that. Oh, the burbs. I forgot the burbs. I keep forgetting. I need to...
I only saw it on the
I need to reorganize my shit. I keep complaining about sitting in a W pose because apparently it's bad for you. I've been doing it all my life. I used to be able to put my foot in my chest, in my stomach.
Yeah, it's meant to be bad for you. I mean, I can't do it. I used to be able to do it when I was younger, but I can't do it anymore.
Oh well, flexible route.
Wow.
But no, mostly just photography now. I've done photography in a capacity of photogrammetry, so digitization. I've then been doing photography in the sense of like archive, which I'm not going to bore you guys about what archive is. It's not an interesting field, at least not to me. It's pretty much, okay, here's an object. I want you to research it. Oh, you can't research it too much. Your research is what the actual researchers are going to probably use as a base. So you've got to get surface level identity of its dating, what it was used for, if you can, any details, and you've then got to try and describe it in a way that a database will then work for a researcher. I do not want to give you guys the talk of archive. I am good. That is something that is both regulated and not regulated, and it's not my field for a reason. But essentially, yeah. During my time as being a mentor, though, I learned some things from many countries call it differently. Something called in educational engineering. We call it instructional design, and that's where you would get like, like the ADDIE model, stuff like that.
Yeah.
And yeah, basically what I'm going to do is I'm going to go through you guys my current ideas for the curriculum, and hear what everyone thinks. Because the thing is, originally there was a curriculum I was going to base it on, and then I looked into it and that curriculum no longer exists, and I'm really gutted because it was something that was like, hey, so you can deliver this. You don't need to have exams. You do not need to use the traditionalist parts of education that are in UK education. You can do whatever the fuck you want, as long as you can prove that they have established, understood, retained, You could do... Thing is that annoyed me, that sounds amazing. So many of them who took this would use that just so they can go, okay, you've done it, alright, we'll take a picture, and then we'll put it in a portfolio.
That's why it no longer works.
It annoys me, because if you compare that, it's like standardized testing.
The thing is, with that side though, is that what I told you of the level I was working at for many years, with the people I was working with. We used Gateway because it gave us so many options. It was useful for us, So what we did, we did all the stuff, and we had a summative assessment, which would be the main evidence. But we backed that up for them doing stuff. But what ended up happening is some people would get lazy. I saw this once, and they got lazy because it was a hard thing we had to cover. Students weren't understanding it, so it became just like, because it wasn't set as this is the standard.
Yeah.
Now where I work and how there's a lot of different things when it comes to stuff like that, because we have these things called IQAs and EQAs.
Okay.
IQA is an internal verifier. EQA is external quality verifier. So what happens is we have an IQA, which is someone within the curriculum who's trained to do that, and they have the training, which is, and then they have to look at how, and they look at other people's work and mark and go, this isn't the standard we need. And then an external verifier will come in and then check that work.
Yeah.
To make sure we're doing everything right. That's where all the different colour pens come in. Yes. Yeah.
Oh, because peer review, yeah.
So different people will be allowed. So marking is mainly in green. We're not allowed to use red because it's considered too negative. But I think an external verifier uses red. I don't know which one, or blue. There's lots of different ones. So that's why it's so important when they go, that pen is really important, especially in exams, because they mark them in certain pen colours.
I was about to say, I remember like being told you have to do certain exams in certain colours as a student.
Yeah.
Because the machine is going to be grading it.
Yeah. Well, no, it's not necessarily green. The machine's going to be grading it. I think what it does, they get scanned up, because I don't fully know how the marking works. I know a little bit of it, right? But I don't think they're in a room. I think they can do it all at home. So it gets scanned up onto a system where you can access it all. Because if you think of, especially in the UK, thousands of people do GCSEs in a year.
Okay. Oh yeah, shit. I should probably change category on Twitch.
Yeah.
It's just clicked. We're in art. I mean,
we can talk about art. We can talk about the art curriculum. That's fine. It's art, right?
It's Is this even a thing?
No.
Teaching. That's not a education.
There's a teaching simulator. What?
There is.
Just put just chatting on there.
I was put just chat. I mean, there's education. Yeah, I had a feeling it wouldn't be exist. Just chatting. There we go. Cool. We're no longer in art chat. Sorry.
Yeah. Sorry.
Also, fucking hell, Yuka. I hope you're alright. This is a way to de-stress after school. I read it as this is a way to dress after school. We're talking about 3D printing or something. Basically, yeah. We went a bit off topic.
Yeah. We've got a lot of different ways.
Essentially, what it is I'm pretty much going to go through my ideas of this. Now, this is what it is, basically. It is a curriculum in which I'm going to cover the subject of photography in a way that will equip the students for 3D, so digitization, stuff like that. Archive, which basically archive photography is pretty much just, you need to take a good enough picture so someone can identify if they look at that object easily. And then social media, like fancy looking photos and then videos and shit like that, right? Because basically these students, workplace, whatever you want to call it, they're going to be working in every single part of the museum field, and then they're going to be having to do archive, which is basically just cataloging. It's just fancy word for cataloging, right?
Yeah, you're such a good boy for me, aren't you? What a good boy.
It's Jaden. Oh yeah, man. I'm trying to lose what you're gonna destroy his focus too. And then so cataloging. Thank you for the hydrate. Thank you, Anya. Yeah. So cataloging, and then obviously social media. I don't use it plain. Yeah. They're also going to have to do like graphic design, and for those who don't know, the The way that derailed you entirely. Shut up. I didn't expect to hear that.
I didn't expect to hear that one either.
Yeah. I would basically be given an opportunity to teach the subject of photography in a way that would be applicable to all the fields of museum.
Yeah.
But also, as I started looking into it more and more, especially composition, there are these things called creative design principles. And these are kind of like, not the rules, but more like the guidelines of how to make a creative piece of art or a graphic anything that looks aesthetically pleasing in like the most like foundational sense.
Yeah.
Like layout, color choice, balance, all this other stuff that I'm not even going to try and get into in the stream because I'll cry. Right. To try and do something that's not just going to teach people photography and just be like, here you go, here's like aperture, shutter speed, ISO, fuck off, you know. Yeah, that's essentially what I'm proposing. This is something that will either be taken on or it won't be, but I will have on my CV, hey, I've designed my own curriculum that isn't based on traditionalist education. Because if those people didn't know, traditionalist education is a bit fucked. We could very long have a discussion about why exams are stupid and should be thrown out of the water years ago. Coursework is definitely way fucking better. Let alone that when your education is doing nothing but teaching the student just so they can pass a test rather than teaching them the fucking
It's
subject.
Not real teaching.
No, teaching the test should have been thrown out the window ages ago.
And that's the thing with a lot of maths teachers. Like, I mean, even your maths and English teachers, you know, when we were in school, some of them even said to us, hey, I can't teach you everything because I don't know. I've had long conversations in the staff room with members of staff about it, and, you know, we feel sorry, especially for today's education, you know, because we can't cover necessarily what we need to cover.
Do I do snooze or dismiss?
Snooze will stop the ad.
Oh, snooze. There you go. You guys are safe from
But
that.
so you get 5 minutes, but we can only do it 3 times. But because exams aren't a real life thing, and I hate them. We've had this whole conversation of exams don't show a person's potential, but annoyingly, there has to be a way where we can say they can do this work. Now, my argument was, but it doesn't. Exams actually don't show you can do it.
It's you under pressure. Just as Izzy put it.
Yeah.
It should basically, you know, you're much more likely to fail even if you're good at a subject. Yeah, because it is just a time crunch.
Yeah.
When they could easily do, even breaking it down. They could, because at the end of the day, all they need to see is that you have retained the subject, that you can apply what you have learned.
Yeah.
My biggest fucking gripe with it is when that's based on, oh, you just need to get an XYZ amount of marks. That's not testing if I've learned it, that's testing if I can hit a fucking number.
And that's the thing, because it's like, you can be really good. Like, I've tried to explain this to students as well. Like, you can be really good at something, but you need to know what you need to do in life. It's like, if you're going to become a, you know, aerospace engineer, you're going to need to know math. You're also going to need to know science. If you're going to become a, you know, if you're going to go cleaning, you won't need to know as much maths, right? There's a massive thing between what you want to do and how you're going to apply it to life. And this is where exams fail, because it's just, hey, here's everything.
Not even just that. Even an oral exam is better. For those who don't know, at least in UK, you can do an oral exam in uni instead of a normal exam.
Depends on the awarding body.
It depends, but yeah.
But in universities, they've got a lot more
My
freedom.
camera is a bit blurred, but...
Because it's focused on the cat.
You! Oh, she's going up! She's a little ball! Look at her!
Yeah.
You just can't even see that's a cat. I was so good at English, but as soon as we did the exam, I was failing every single year because I get so stressed. You know, so I failed my English exam. This is me relying on my brain, so give me a sec. Memory-wise. 5 times. You know what made me stop failing 5 times? A single fucking sentence is all I needed to hear.
It's just your opinion.
No, all I just needed to hear was there is no right or wrong answer when it comes to the English exam. You just need to show a fucking interpretation. If you can show an interpretation and show that it is there in the text and write how it is there, you're okay.
Yeah.
And then I was never really bad with creative writing, so I was always basically told to do that immediately because I would get like an A in that every time.
See,
Maths was just, hey, essentially the same. Once someone told me, hey, you just need to learn the rules. Once you know the rules, you're fine.
yeah. See, I passed my English first time. Don't fucking know how. That's one thing I have to say to my tutors, like my teachers at the time, because my secondary school was being really crap. But I do have to say, my English teachers, that I was telling you earlier, that the process I went through in my school, that was the only thing that actually helped me pass it, because of the way they did it out. But yeah, there's so much stuff wrong in how that works. But all exams are great, but then also there'll be some people that can write it down, but can't do it. Exams are good for the ones that can deal with writing down quickly and can process information and can do it.
Not everyone's academic in that sense, though.
But that's what I'm saying. Like, coursework is good for the ones that can productively do it but don't have it in the mind. Like, there's different ways
Also,
to
just
show you know it.
For clarity, for those who don't know what coursework is, it's essentially where you would be tasked to do an assignment. You get multiple chances. Let's say I do an assignment on whatever the fucking subject, right? Whatever part of, like, the subject. I fail, I can come back and do it again, and I don't have to wait a year. I will have essentially normally 3 times to try it and redo it. And they'll have to tell me where I failed and how I could then get that mark. You know, it should be a standard. I figured out why my art looked wrong. The line art was so thick. I've heard that having thick line art when you're just doing the base is good for getting an idea. But no, it depends. Coursework is so good. My one coursework subject I got an 8. Nice. I had to go away.
Yeah, so in my science, bear in mind, I'm not good at maths, I'm not good at English, and all that. I almost got a B because it was coursework based and I could apply it. The only reason I didn't get a B was because of it was mixed with an exam. And, you know, so the coursework was most of the grade, I just didn't get the grade in exam, so I got a high C. Whereas, which is, nowadays, I think it's a grade 4, 5? I can't remember that.
I don't know the grading.
The numbers
Very
changed.
fixed. Fix the camera. Just block the kitty.
Nah, they want to focus on the kitty.
You
I
guys
mean-
get cat cam.
I mean, there's 2 cats.
Just to see results day is my proudest moment because of how much I improved in my mocks. It boosted my confidence so much.
That's good. That's
It's
good.
good to hear.
Yeah.
I remember like when I was one of the memories I have is when I had my GCSEs in like year 11. No, year 10. It was year 10, right? Not even last year. Someone broke down crying because their parent told them they're gonna leave the country if they didn't get an A. And I was like, what the fuck? I really hated it how school pushed this. Oh, this is gonna be something that will change your life, and it's like, oh, if you don't get a good English math, you're fucked. And I'm gonna speak so transparently right now. I have had both a D in maths and English. Went job hunting, nothing. I now have an A in English and a C or B in maths. It has changed fucking jack. It changes stuff if you want to go to college in a UK setting, but that's about it.
Yeah. I mean, what how you're saying, you know, about being in uni and that these are factual. They are. Like, the amount of stuff I've found working in that system, and I hate it sometimes. And I'm not even in a high up level, you know, like, I've just got experience from what I've seen. It's...
How are you finding uni, Claudia? Because I've that's one thing I've actually avoided. I don't want to study uni until until I'm in a country or I find an institution that is not going to push the traditionalist nonsense on me, and something I actually want to study.
Yeah.
The issue is the thing that I want to study is only studied in one place in the entire world, in one uni, And I don't know what their education's like. And I don't live in that country right now. I also don't want 40 grand in debt. It's either playing Warhammer or going to uni. They're both going to put me in debt. They have no interest in both.
Yeah. I mean, the course I was going to do, like, if I got the job that I wanted to, I would have had to go, I would have done a university level course at the college.
I just tried to tap a entirely...
What are you trying to do?
There is no screen at the bottom of this. Yeah, that's fine. It's so out of focus. At least it's better than the Wii webcam.
Yeah. Yeah.
But no, essentially,
I can try and steal one from work.
you don't need. I don't need a webcam. The Chinese phone is doing the Chinese phone.
Yeah.
It's fine. This one will probably be better. Mine isn't glitching. We got botched. Oh, is it glitching still? Ghosty, is it still glitching? Eh. Yeah, I'm essentially going to start writing down what I'm proposing. I don't know how we're going to display this. Okay, I'm going to try. I'm just going to put this over Jolly for now.
That's you. Now you put it over
Yeah,
me.
no, now it's... Oh, I don't know why chat's like that. You guys are weirdly positioned today, but okay. Can I make this opaque? Can I make it like opacity? Fuck. No, I can't. That would be so cool though if I could. Actually, I'm curious. Let me have a look. If I make this... No, let's not fuck around. Okay. That is. Essentially, yeah. Essentially, my entire thing's going to just be nothing but teaching photography. I'm gonna keep chat up. How can I do this? I know how I can do this. I'm going to extend my thingy. So this shows...
Is that going to show up on stream?
No. Extend.
Because I was more thinking it showed your name.
No, it won't. Because I'm not streaming my actual thingy.
Fuck you 1%. You know why?
Why did it do this? It's chosen the entirely wrong thing. But, okay. That's not what I... Where's my mouse? Where is my mouse? Okay, that's the one I want Crider on. Jesus. Great! That helped a lot. What the fuck has it done? This works, I guess. This does not work.
I am now photography.
Now, where is my mouse? Give me a sec, chat. I am not
It's
having.
them.
You can see why I don't do double monitors. Okay.
Yeah.
You're on chat duty, I guess.
I mean, I can't see because I put that.
Photography. There's a P there.
There is a P. Or it's photography. Photography would be interesting.
No. Essentially, my entire thing for that was going to be... So, I'll run you guys through how I was going to teach the technical side of it. Because the technical side of it is literally just... You need to teach them the... How to adjust focus, how to adjust things like ISO, aperture, and then shutter speed. These are just like the basics of camera settings. If you don't know what it is, well, it's all to do with light. It's all to do with light, pretty much. All different ways of controlling and editing light. Graphy. You guys can, it's fine. You guys can see half of what I'm writing. This works.
There's an ad break in a minute, we can't skip it anyway.
Okay, there's an ad break going on anyway, but it's fine. I need
In
to
a
write
minute.
stuff down.
In like 50 seconds, so. That's for Twitch, I don't know about YouTube.
Yeah. So I'll run you down through my plan for the lesson. I'll try and do it very succinctly. Otherwise I might just go off topic.
Yeah.
Add jail. I'm sorry.
You deserve it.
Currently in uni. Honestly hate school, but I was offered a scholarship, so I kind of just took the opportunity, I guess. Ah, okay. School I wanted to go to, the only one is just not accessible to me. Oh, fuck. Sorry to hear that. Photography? No. Subtract jail.
0.5%. We need to remove their subscription so they go into ad jail.
No. Why do they need to go into ad jail?
Because they've been sending me stuff. And they deserve it.
Photography.
That would work. That would work. That's not bad. That's not bad.
I've spelled it right. Haven't I? Photography. Yeah, no. Wait, I feel like
You're asking the dyslexic how to spell.
this is the way that you learn. Have I spelled it right?
Shut
I
up.
broke it down. Photography.
Ow.
The P is off screen. 1% is just destroying you right now. Okay, ad break is over. Oh, I need to not lean on that side. Ow. My hips are gonna punish me.
Oh, fuck you, Larissa. Okay.
Hey, Nixie. Thank you for the stretch. Okay. Yeah. So my entire lesson plan was this. Okay. Starting bit. I was gonna start with an immediate inquiry into the. We're gonna call them students. They won't be students, but you know,
Learners.
learners. I was gonna start the session with immediate inquiry into asking them about their current knowledge, like what have they got any experience of photography? Have they been taught any of it before? Do they know basics? And then having a discussion with them about what are their personal goals?
Yeah.
Do they have any type of photography they want to produce? If they don't, that's fine. That'll probably be discovered as we go along. What is their intrinsic motivation, if there is any? Hopefully there's some. I don't want my class to be just people who are there because they have to be. Otherwise I might just throw myself out the window.
Yeah.
Because as anyone who's been in education knows, adult education is fucking based because everyone is there because they fucking want to be normally. Not because they have to be. Normally. Not always the case. But compared to like child education where you're there because you have to be there till you're fucking 18, right? My next thing was then to, I'm trying to think, it came out of my head. Fuck. I was going to have a transparency thing with them, talking about how this is going to go forward. I was then going to inquire about if any of them know the ways in which they prefer to be taught.
Yeah.
Pretty much going through, okay, what has worked for you in the past? What hasn't worked for you? Do you like notes? Do notes help? Are you more visual? Are you more auditory? How, you know,
Going to how they learn best.
pretty much getting an understanding of each individual and how they would learn the best and how I can then adjust.
Are you a good
That.
boy? Yeah, you're such a good boy for me, aren't you? What a good boy.
How I can adjust that to. You guys are just trying to kill him. I know you are. I need him. I need his brain. Can I have his brain for like a little bit of the stream, please? You guys can decimate him afterwards. That's my first thought.
Yeah.
Because I think gauging that will inform. Because while I am making a structure of how I'm going to do this, I don't want it to be here's A to B and nothing can be changed.
Yeah.
I want it to be changing frequently that is informed by how they are progressing.
Yeah, I mean, good shooters anyway do that. Like, especially where I'm at. If you're a good shooter, it's not, we don't necessarily always ask them. We try to ask them the best we can, again. It's just one of those things where, you know, if you know your students well, you can adapt your learning and your style.
Yeah.
It's like there's been different courses I've been in throughout the years, and through my many years of education, and it's
Fuck you, Nexi.
Yeah.
That is how you're gonna test how well I can teach, just having ridiculous sounds playing as I teach.
I mean, that is what students do to me. Like, I have had students call me a good
Hang
boy.
on. I'm gonna make him feel like he's in the classroom right now. Hey Jolly. 6'7". God. You can't remember you're on camera. You can't tickle me because there's a chance your face. Oh, what a shame! I'm saying, yeah. We're going to explore today how the banding of light clicking noises factors into our camera work. These are Miller's good boy as a primary ways to manipulate light. Thank you, Kitty Stretch. I can't really do much with this one.
Izzy, no.
I didn't mention it, so chat would mention it. I mentioned
Izzy,
it just to
Izzy,
infuriate
that,
him.
I will ban you just for that. I'll take his
You don't
ban
have the
you.
power to ban people.
You had to do it. I'll make you do it.
Where's my mouse gone?
7-Eleven.
Oh, where's my mouse? Am I blind?
Uh,
Oh, there it is.
chat.
No, where's my music gone, actually?
I don't know.
Music?
Has YouTube gone dead?
Motherfucker. It's on the other.
Yeah, no. We can't see you chat right now. 6-7 is like the
What
worst.
in the earth?
Huh?
I don't truly know what the browser is doing.
Oh,
But
it's
it
because
is,
you've
though.
extended the displays and you've extended it downwards.
What in the
Wait, which way have you done it? Is it down or
Oh,
sideways?
it is down. That is weird.
So you could technically have YouTube on that and your stuff's on that.
I don't
And
like. I
yeah.
hate this. I absolutely hate this. I'm not gonna lie.
I know.
This is.
Don't I have 2 screens at work.
This kills me. There's a
And
reason I do this.
they're side to side. When everyone got it, they were like, oh, I don't know how to do it. And then I got it, I was like, bang, bang, bang. Work done really, really easy.
I can truly take this person seriously after that audio choice. 18. Imagine those people 4 years from now. They'd be.
Yeah. It's one of those things. Anyway, getting back on track.
Yeah.
A good tutor will always be able, and it comes with experience, to understand the needs of the learner, student, whatever. It's then adapting how you work to meet as many of those as you can. And that is the hardest thing.
Did I get a membership or am I stupid?
You got a sponsorship.
Holy shit.
and
I can't read the name. What does it say? My eyes are not great. Sorry.
Eldry XXX.
Oh, thank you.
That's one with a VA gift membership.
Oh, thank you for that. That's really sweet of
And
you.
then someone else sponsored earlier, I think.
Oh shit, I'm sorry if I missed your spot now. I can't see very well. I need to increase my camera.
We can't see stuff quite
Have you-
well, and I'm super tired, so I'm not reading stuff quite well.
Have you guys heard of the Sudbury School Model? No, tell me about it. My next thing then, after gauging what has worked for them, what their current insight is, you know, what their intrinsic motivation is, which I think is key, you know.
Yeah.
Then having a transparency statement of how I would go about it. Because here's one thing that I want to run by you. And I'm not too sure about this.
Okay.
But for me, I generally feel like the best way to test if you have understood something is if you are able to articulate it to someone else. So, as a part of the lessons and the whole thing going forward, and also to give them a different skill, every now and then, one of them will be appointed to pretty much teach what they have learned so far to the rest of the class. In a
Okay.
low stakes situation. If any of them have like any, you know, social anxiety, we break it down into a smaller class. I wonder what your thoughts would be on that.
Ideally, it's good. Practically, there can be a few issues with it. It depends on how much time you have, because
Time wise, we'll be fine.
So again,
Not a whole class.
no.
Not a whole class.
I've sort of done it myself in a way, of getting them to teach me what they've learned with my role, and with things like certain areas I have no idea in, and I have to help in those areas. So what I've done is, after a lesson, what I've understood, and the tutor's there, I've been, okay, teach me how to do this. And then they have to go step by step by step. And if they don't know, we then reteach it. and helped them. Right?
Hmm.
If you know, it depends on the class size and how often you're doing it. Because if you're depending on one person, yes, it's low stakes, but people will panic over that anyway. It's a very good idea, but practically I don't think it'll work in terms of, like, well, it depends on the person, but practically some people won't because of presentations, even if it's low stakes.
It wouldn't be presentation.
No, but I'm just saying, even if it was something similar, like people standing up in front of people, it's very tough anyway. Like, I still find it hard. Yeah, I do it on a daily basis. You know,
It was just an idea because it could equip them with a different
it's
skill.
a very good skill. I would more do it as a discussion based first, and then build up on it.
That's one thing I was going to run by you, because that's one thing I do want to put as a main feature. I'll just look at
Yeah.
what Nexi said. It's controversial, seen to be obvious reasons. Oh god. The idea is people have intrinsic motivation and ability to learn, and that learning is a natural result. Oh, so it's based on Piaget. Okay. Create an environment where you are just encouraged to learn, to do what you want. You can get help, support from faculty members, arrange classes, others, but it's 100% student-led. That actually sounds really fucking cool. I prefer Dave's model. These nuts. You're not getting me like that. Can't stay. Got to sleep early. All right. Thank you for joining. F. I'll call you FF. That's all I can read from your name. But thank you. Thank you for joining.
It's-
Have a nice night. Because I was gonna make discussions. I feel like discussions are something that people. I think I mentioned it earlier.
Yeah.
Because people always going about group work. Group work's fine. I think though. Because we were talking about our maths because we went to college together a long time ago. I'm going to hydrate apple. We went to college together at some point, and we were in the same math class, I think, well, at one point. And I generally feel like math is one of the subjects that would benefit so much from class discussions rather than group work, because everyone is almost expected to.
Yeah. My tutor was very upset because I moved into your classroom for revision.
Everyone is, because everyone's got to focus on their own individual work, and everyone's like, oh, but group work breaks that down. No, it doesn't. You're breaking it down a little bit, but the whole class as a whole needs to understand it. So I generally want to make discussions a key focus, and this is one way I was going to do it. So the first setting, instead of covering aperture, ISO, and shutter speed, because I will be working with people who have a mixture of needs and no needs, right? My idea was to cover one, aperture. Just one in one lesson, then shutter speed and ISO in two. ISO is something that you can go over, you don't have to go over it too much. It's very easy to go over, to be honest. But essentially how I was going to do it. Immediate, no presentation. We would get out cameras. Everyone would have, ideally, based on funding, enough cameras to literally hold at the same time. And we would go through just how to take a picture. Not touching any settings, just how to take a picture, how to do the basics of it, right? And then I would show them a demonstration of how to set the aperture. I am really unsure about this. This is an idea I had, and I'm not sure about. This is the one thing I'm not too sure about. But the idea was, because like Nexi said, I like that whole you learn more from doing.
Yeah.
So I do think you learn more from doing than me saying what to do and what not to do. The idea was to introduce them to the setting, not to tell them what it does, and to task them to, and this is where I would have two options. They either take pictures of something that is ready, or they have the freedom to go and do a picture of anything. So that the people who are used to structure and no agency have that, and those who are more adapted to having freedom of choice can, But the idea was to have them go and do a task and play around with that setting, come back, and then we have to do a group discussion of what they found it did.
Yeah.
So their own self-discovery. I don't want this to come off as I'm not actually teaching.
So what they... Well, no, because you are. It's just a different... It's a style of teaching. It's more practical style of teaching, right? Because remember, you've got the classroom-based and you've got the practical-based. Now, classroom-based is good for theory. And it's good for going, hey, this is the theorems, this is what you should do, this is this. But for something like your course, practical would be key. Now you go in, hey, now you just know how to take a picture. And this for someone, and it's just, not only are you doing in your head you're doing an informal assessment of how well can they function in terms of this anyway.
Yeah.
That's probably what you're doing in your head, yeah?
I'm going to be using it as an insight of what is working so far, because
Yeah.
they might have a very, there's a very big chance they won't have a very well-rounded idea of what works for them, and not being given too many different variations of being taught.
Yeah.
You know.
So, and that's the thing. So you're doing that, and that would be very good. Hands-on is good, and you're getting them to explain, and you're telling each other, this is what I found out. Because everyone will do things differently. You have one person that will go out, take a picture of a tree, and be like, oh, I did this, then I played with this a little bit, I pressed this button, and it did this. Another person will go somewhere else and be like, no, I just did the general take a picture stuff. You'll find out what works, you'll find out how much... You'll find all the different personalities, because in every group of learners, you're going to have the ones that are really good at some things and really bad at others. Some are super confident, will do everything. Some will say they know it and not actually know it as well. So that not only will give you an insight of that.
I also need to, because it's a creative thing, I need to immediately pick out, identify which ones struggle with social, which ones deal the worst with social
But
comparison.
that's why schools do the icebreakers. All icebreakers are designed to do something like that. If you've ever been in a classroom and they said, hey, here's like the bingo cards, right? If you got given bingo
No,
cards of
never.
okay, so this is one icebreaker people do. They make a bingo card of who's left the country, who's done this, who's done that. That is a very good icebreaker. For one, it gets people to know about what other people have done, and it gets people talking and interested in things. But most importantly, because it's a social thing, you will see the ones that will get up instantly and get involved. You see the ones that step back a little bit. You see the ones that sort of hide, and you can see that by that. So that is one way of doing it via an icebreaker anyway, by seeing that, but also by doing a task like that. You'll see the ones that will go out together, and you'll see these friendships and things mix.
Because I think like I could identify those who see an image.
Yeah.
The ones who don't even, choose the ones they need and be like,
Yeah.
oh, we need to replicate this.
Yeah.
And then feel that pressure, and they realize they turn a low stake into a high stake.
Yeah.
And
that will be very important as well. So that doing hands-on and doing stuff like that is very important. One thing I would say is be careful of the difference between, because having discussions is good, but you may also have the one person that overtakes the
been joined.
conversation.
We've been joined by the void. Hi, baby. Do you want me to move this so you can sit on my lap?
No.
Sweetie. You only sit on my lap when I stream. I swear.
But yeah.
Icebreaker, just do 2 trips on one. That's funny.
2 truths and a lie.
That's not gonna work very well.
That doesn't work very well.
I don't know if this is legal, but when I applied for the school they denied me because they denied me because basically I'm too disabled to actually learn anything. That's
That sounds illegal.
That's illegal, and that's bullshit.
That's illegal in the UK.
That's absolute bullshit. Many
Yeah.
times, the ones who are deemed unteachable have just not been given the right environment. For example, this one's got dyslexia. His school's way of trying to teach him was to do the work for him. As a result,
Yep.
that's held him back. This has happened many times, It really, I don't remember what my assistance was, I have no clue.
I know who it was. I did like them. I
Oh no,
fucking hated them.
I meant it when I was at, my academy.
Oh, yeah.
My,
Yeah,
one of the many
your-
schools I went to.
Yeah.
For context, I went to,
You went to loads.
25, maybe more.
Yeah.
Only a couple of secondary schools, thank fuck. But yeah, that was one of the features of, hey baby. Oh, so you think that's generally a good idea then? To approach it that way? Because my
Yeah.
approach was, okay, I get them to do that task. Again, having both options,
Yeah.
That's something I'll keep around because that makes sense. And then we come back, we have discussion about what they think it did. What they think, and also how they found, the whole thing. And it wouldn't be a completely hands-off thing. I would be there to
Yeah.
help them and remind them, because it is, lesson 1, basically.
Yeah. But
And then I would then teach them what it actually does. And then have another task ready. So, okay. Because one thing I do want to do, possibly as the first start of this lesson, would be show them a diverse set of images. And be like, what calls out to you? What would you like to be able to replicate? And I want to get an idea of the ones who want to do more creative shots and those who are going to be more, oh, I want to take a really nice picture of something that just look really detailed. Because you can get satisfaction from like immense detail. I know as someone, I've had to take pictures of like medals that are this small,
Oh yeah.
and taking a picture where you can see like, you can literally see where it has been carved with the knife.
Yeah.
You know, that is gorgeous. But then taking something that's like creative, where the background's blurred out and you can just see the objects, and you're not going for clarity, you're just going for like something that looks good, you know?
See, it's important in lesson 1 to get, not just be like, hey, this is what you're going to learn, but I want to see what you already know. I want to see how you learn. I want to see this. It'll be good because you can do all this stuff in one way. You know, you will see the ones that will go off on their own. You'll see ones that are forming friendships already. You know, you'll see ones that need help. But also, most important, you're giving them that independence, especially if it's adult learners. Because one thing which a lot of places don't deal with is building their independence or building freedom.
That's one thing I've got to anticipate. Some of them might not be used to the amount of agency that I'm offering in this. That's why I need to have the backup.
That's why you have the structure.
Yeah,
that you've already can't say the word differentiated, right? I botched that spelling, that wording,
different.
Whatever.
But you got close.
But you know, you are making that change for that one person. So, or for the many people, you know, and you're going to have scaffolding in place as well. Do you know what scaffolding is?
Yeah, I know what scaffolding is,
You know, for the ones that don't know, scaffolding in terms of education,
progressive, isn't it? You build on.
So scaffolding is the same as the house. Lesson plan is the house. That's what they're learning. Okay, scaffolding is supporting the house. And then you're slowly taking away the support, the help, so they can do it independently.
We do. No, I hate that. So it's normally I do, we do, you do. But with the I do, I feel like that's where we focus too much. Because I would learn more from a shadowing whilst doing rather than just a shadowing.
Yeah. So again, that's why a lot of people focus on I do than you do. But it's actually I do. Like when I was doing my teacher training, like we had a lot of it was I'm going to teach you. You're going to have a discussion with everyone about it. Then we share as a group.
My baby.
And that's basically what you're saying. You're saying you're teaching it. You're going to get people to discuss it. Then you share. That's one really good way of doing it, but you don't want to do that all the time.
For those who don't know, it pretty much is in the term. I do is where I would do a demonstration.
Yep.
We do is where we do it together. You do is where you do it independently.
Yeah.
In reality, it should be we do, I do and you shadow, I do and you shadow and you copy. We do together, guided. Yeah. You do with a little more freedom and less reliance, and then you do independently. That's normally how an apprenticeship would go. An apprenticeship is I do, we do, you do, you know, whole thing.
Yeah.
Put them on you quiz, see how they react. What's you? Oh, so hi Zach, how you doing? What's you quiz? Nice to see you here.
No, I don't know what you.
How you been, alright?
Fair. I've not used you quiz. There's so many different things out there.
For the icebreaker, we're gonna find out whether you're a soldier, a poet, or a king. Now, which one of these lyrics do you like?
Yeah, no. Yeah. I mean, that would be funny as hell. That would be kind of funny.
Got my throat. Christ.
But
then essentially what I was gonna do, because that was the whole lesson, and then at the end of the lesson, I do want to have summaries, but I want the summaries to come after something. A discussion of what everyone has learned, what they would like to learn, how they found the session, if there's anything that can be improved. Oh, sweetie, she's boring at me. Sorry, baby, but you're gonna distract me. Hi, sweetheart.
You can't even see her on the street. She's just a blob.
She is just a void. Just disappears into my good shirt. But pretty much just having a summary of what's been learnt, and then the next lesson we would do a refresher, but it would be a hands-on refresher. I would go over, I would get out the camera and go, who can tell me what does what? Get an idea of how much is being retained. But I don't know whether it's just best to just go, everyone get your cameras out. Can anyone show me how, instead of just telling me? Physically show with their hands on.
Showing is quite good. Again, time, because it depends on how long it's going to be.
Not more than 5 minutes.
Yeah, but what I mean is time as in overall time. Because if you're getting one person to show, you can have one person copy what they're showing. It is a good
I'm anticipating like maybe 7 to 8 people max. So not a big group.
No, but you get what I'm trying to say. That it depends on loads of different factors how effective that would be. But small groups, that will definitely be effective because you can get them to go, hey, show me how it does this. And it also depends on the ability of of your learners. Because if they're really good at it, some things you can just skip in general. It's like we've had groups where we've been teaching where like they are really good. They are, you know, they could all be level 3 level if it wasn't for their GCSEs and other areas. They could be level 3. So we've skipped certain things because that's so cute. Yeah.
I'm not drawing today, am I? This is mine. Do you want it? Do you want a num num? Yeah, there you go.
There's just so much there. So, you know, doing a recap, you always want to do the recap anyway.
Yeah.
Like, recaps are very, very important when you're teaching.
I was
going to
say, one thing I've been told is it lacks the whole, here's our aim for this lesson. That's going to be part of the scheme of work. I've never, maybe this is just me. When I was at school or college, more so college, the whole, here's our objectives for the lesson, here's the aim. It felt like a tick box rather than anything that actually functioned of anything.
The reason we put that there, it's more, we got to show, you got to know what you're learning for that day. So our aim for this lesson is teaching this. This is our target for this day. Now,
I don't need to write that down, I could just say it. Ouch, you're close.
No, the reason why we write it down is because of the fact is we can have it up anywhere else, and it's sort of it's a generic thing of mainly Ofsted wants to know what you're learning. If Ofsted inspects us, so I've been through 2 to 3 Ofsted inspections. They are very, very intense. So whenever someone says, "Oh, hey, Ofsted," and you see teachers stressed out, they are stressed to hell. So please be nice to them. No, be nice to teachers when Ofsted.
Oh no, I know. I just find Ofsted a joke, in the sense of, I was at an academy. Here's the thing, chat. I was at an academy years ago. I don't remember a lot about my life, but this is one of them. My academy got graded the best in XYZ county. I'm not going to dox myself, right? Do you know what happened on that day?
I know, you told me.
A student was thrown through a glass window of a door, head first.
Yeah.
They do not give a fuck about the situation of a school, how safe it is, whether abuse is going down. They care about nothing but the grades. It speaks about nothing but how well the education is. I literally have had a sibling attend a school. We had to pull them out of it immediately. I don't think I told you about this one. This was really bad. All of a sudden, 70% of staff left, who've been there for years. That should have been the first red flag. A new headmaster joined, right? This is a primary school. For Americans, you're there from like, what year? When you're 3 years old to 12.
Yeah.
Yeah. I think you guys got like
12.
I
wouldn't say 3. It's sort of like 4, 5. You start nursery and reception. If some, not all schools have that. And then 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 is when you start going the years. You see what?
I hate you. I hate you.
What?
Rubbing off on me.
I said 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. I didn't even say the words because I fucking hate it. I found a student. I made him do pesh subs every time I said it.
Made him do pesh subs for brain rot. That's brilliant. But no.
They got quite. They were like, "What the hell?" And I'm like, "Oh, you can take that picture down."
That's what I'm gonna do. Where is my mouse? There we go.
It's not like they see extra. They just see what I'm roughly wearing.
I'm gonna write down what I got after all this, though.
Yeah.
Oh, hey KB, how you doing? This education's giving puppy more brain cells.
I mean,
Sack up and good, got 0. Oh no, bless you. I hope you managed to get some sleep soon, Zach.
Yeah. think it's hard. I hate sibling. But yeah, it's one of those things.
School to preschool was like, yeah, so up to like 12th, 6th grade, I think.
Yeah.
It's basically, my sibling was in 4th, maybe just before 5th
Yeah.
grade. Hi baby. She's like, explain.
Yeah.
All of a sudden, some students couldn't have lunch. They weren't allowed lunch. They were given
Illegal.
detention. They weren't allowed out of break. During a school trip, one of the students, still in uniform, ran home. Not ran home, actually, no, they went missing. They literally just went AWOL. A teacher did not report it to the police, nor report it to the school. They said it was the mothers or the parents, like, no. They were in school uniform, it was the fucking school's responsibility.
School trip, school responsibility.
Essentially, eventually, they just got nothing but cover teachers in. I want you to imagine, year 5, you know what type of covers they got in? People who are used to teaching year 7 drama to kids. That's, you know that, you have to be screamy, you have to be telling them to shut the fuck up. Oh yeah, they did that to year 4 students. And the teacher would have a breakdown, and the kids would then have a screaming match with the teacher. This was frequent. Eventually, students were all starved if they were bad. They weren't allowed lunches, they weren't allowed to even go into the cafeteria.
That just sounds like.
Oh, it was absolutely fucking abusive. Some of the kids got sent to like a psychologist, and he said, you need to really tell most of the kids in that class, like parents in that class, their kids are gonna need some fucking something after the way they've been treated this way, especially so young.
I just don't get how people can treat that.
We called Ofsted. Guess what?
Ofsted went to shit.
Called the NSPC was their response.
The thing is, Ofsted isn't there. Ofsted isn't there to regulate them. Whereas NSPCC is for safety and stuff, and you know, you should have called the police at that point.
But it's always the Ofsted grading that means something for school, yet it means jack shit outside of
So,
grades.
it's really hard to explain it. So, for a school, an Ofsted rating it's a very big deal because they come in and they look at your systems in place and they look at everything. And how it works is they look at so many different things. They look at students. They speak to. So in my area, they spoke to students. They will follow you around. They will ask us all questions about deep things, and we're told by our management, this is what we want you to say because this makes us look good. Then there's also, this is what we need to say. Also, we can't give out any information, so if they ask for information, we go, oh, I've got to speak to my manager about that.
Oh yeah, I left out the worst part.
What?
You know the academy I was at?
Yeah.
Again, graded best school in, you know, such county by Ofsted. Our headmaster ran off. Our replacement came.
Oh yeah.
You know what he did, this replacement?
Stole the most of money, didn't he?
Oh, way worse. Chat. The headmaster of this academy left, right? This was not my sibling school. This is now like one of my schools.
Yeah.
Yeah, they brought back the previous one. Guess what the previous one was arrested for? In the past.
Sexual assault.
Oh, strangling a student.
How the fuck?
And he was brought back into this academy. This academy was, again, chat, best in the county. There would have been major legal action. There should have been, but I imagine the NSPC hopefully got involved.
I should have got
which is like our abuse.
Well, here's the thing: if it was therapists, would have had to get involved in that point because of it was child abuse.
I don't know if it was a private therapist. I don't know.
Doesn't matter.
How it
They're still
differs.
all therapists. If the child is in danger and there's laws being broken at that time, they have to say something to safeguard that child. It's part of keeping children safe in education.
Oh,
and
that's
all
your
that
claws,
stuff.
baby. You're putting your claws in my. Your claws are going in my skin. I love you too, but ow. The irony, she sat on the catboy skirt.
I mean, you are a cowboy.
Thanks, my other foot is dying though, baby. I am gonna have to move my other foot soon. My
You
foot
stay
is
there.
dying. Can I
You-
move?
You be good kitty and stay. The teacher says stay. Sit.
Oh, I'm just gonna stretch. There we go.
Stop moving. Detention. But yeah.
No, my other lessons going forward would just have a refresher,
Hmm.
you know, of what was done.
How are you bridging them?
Covering technical first.
Yeah.
Covering technical, but then they're gonna use technical throughout every single session going on. So it's something once I teach them, it's something that's gonna constantly be scaffolded. Because once you've learned the basics, you don't really have a lot to do. It's more just do it.
How are you gonna link? Because the most important thing is linking one session
To another.
to another.
Oh, they do. Aperture and shutter speed. So these 3 settings, covering the first one in the first lesson, because again, that's gauging how much they can handle.
Yeah.
And also keeping it low. And making room for icebreakers, and I feel like the whole blah, blah, blah. The shutter speed and ISO, easy to cover. Really easy to cover. Basically, aperture is pretty much... That fucker controls how much light is entering the camera.
Yeah.
The bigger the hole, the more light. The smaller the hole, the less light, right? That all can... Yeah. Shutter speed is literally how long the thing stays open, to also how long light's entering.
Yeah.
ISO is really easy. It's pretty much what kind of lighting are you in? How sensitive is it? So if we're in this lighting, it's fairly well lit. We want a decent ISO. If we're out there at night where there is just the moon, you're going to want an ISO that's turning that sensitivity all the way the fuck up.
Yeah.
You know, very easy to teach these things. It's the doing. They play into one another. It's all about light. So the whole thing ties in with light. And then once they've got the technical down, it's when we move on to the composition.
Yeah.
Which is where because there are 2 types of images they're going to take. They're going to take images which are just, their purpose is just to serve as an identifier. That is going to be a tiny PNG on a catalog that some researchers are going to have to look at so they can immediately identify that object.
Yeah.
The other ones are going to be more creative. Social media, graphic design, stuff like that. So a mixture of really creative versus really fucking boring shit.
Yeah.
And then, digitization. You're going to have to take 500 pictures of the same object. Really clear pictures. There is no creativity in this. Have fun! The creativity is you doing yoga to get the every single photo possible.
Yeah.
I wish I could show you guys pictures of what I've had to do to get, like, I've had to literally go under a model's arm, and I've had to have the camera, like, aimed like this while my head is on the floor.
Yeah.
I've had to have the tripod, like... Yeah, it's, I literally do my own yoga when I do that shit. The composition, how I was going to go about, there is so much to cover a composition. There are so many different ways. It's pretty much like... How do I explain composition? It is the guidelines of what makes a nice photo. You know, you got the basics, which is called the rule of thirds, which is basically, imagine a grid. Line, line, line.
Yeah.
So a 9 square grid. Putting things in the center square is boring. How you keep a photo interesting is you put them in the bits where they intersect. That's pretty much it.
Yeah.
Rule, but it's a guideline. Because, yeah. Thank you for the hydrate, Anya. Having a grand time drawing my friend persona. They have... Oh, nice. That sounds sick. Basically like Rayman. I did not drink.
I'm just scratching Pink's head and looking at what she's doing.
But essentially, we talked about it a bit earlier, but I didn't want to be very encyclopedic with it.
Yeah.
Because I will have the freedom to not just do this in an office setting. We will hopefully have like nature around us where we can just go out and take... Nature's a really good one for photography, you know, shots wise, and just like different type of things. But essentially, instead of going, okay, we're going to cover this whole thing as a separate module, and covering like 31 different techniques, in that first lesson, when they took their first photos, right, or the second lesson, where one thing I do want to do is I want to go, okay, your homework is to find some pictures that you actually like. Low stakes homework. I want you to find pictures that call out to you, and then we'll discuss what those pictures have used. Don't worry about what it has. Just find something that calls out to you, something that you like, right? So I can get an idea of what type of things would fit for them.
Yeah.
Because they might have their own different preferences. For me, I love photos where you've got the whatever's the item of interest really zoomed in, and the background's just a little bit blurry, and you've got just nothing but negative space. I just like how it looks. It looks really cool. We got something called bokeh, which is pretty much the best example is imagine a window. It's raining. You can see the raindrops. You can see lights of cars, but they're quite almost like you've got an astigmatism.
Okay,
You know?
yeah.
That's
yeah,
what I
yeah,
mean. You know what I'm thinking?
yeah.
you've
Yeah,
seen-
I,
That's Boca. So, and then I would introduce each in that session. Whenever I would introduce them as they arise. I wouldn't give names. I'm going to avoid naming things too commonly. And one thing I'm going to stress is, this is Aperture. I don't want you to feel any pressure to remember the names of these things. It makes more impact if you remember the concept than the name later. Because one thing that I hate when people teach is like, oh, this thinker said this, and this one said this, and this by this person. That means nothing to me. What is the meaning? What is the significance? Then their name has some meaning to me. You know.
it's sort of the opposite of, hey, this is the key word.
Well, because names you can learn much later. Once you know a
The
concept.
thing is, the concept's more important than what it's like called. So
She's so happy, bless her.
yeah, I've just been doing this that she's moving her head
She's
around
in
me.
heaven. She's like, you better stream more often.
Yeah.
I want to give this attention.
But yeah, it's more.
Hey, gay bitch. Yeah, I'm good. We're just talking about my curriculum I'm
Yeah.
developing.
It's more based on of knowing a concept is more important, and then knowing what's called after. Like, and this thing, you're not teaching to exams with Gateway, are you? So you can
Oh, I'm not even going Gateway.
no. Well, even with anything.
Yeah.
You know, if
You're not teaching to teach.
You're not, teaching,
to test.
You're not teaching to a test that will give.
I know what you're trying to say. You're teaching them to teach the subject,
Yeah,
not to test them.
The clicky thing.
No.
I blame it. But yeah, no. So you're not teaching to a test thing.
Free kiddies.
I think I'm a kid. She meowed at the same time.
Did she? I couldn't tell that was outside.
She genuinely meowed. That's so cute.
Aww.
I felt her. I felt her. See?
How you doing, gay bitch? You doing alright?
Yeah. What did 0.5% say? I can't see it.
It's a meow.
Oh.
It's just a cat.
1%. Oh, bonk you there.
They did, and they wanted detached limbs to symbolize it. Their arms are split by. Oh, I see. Oh, nice. But pretty much, I would teach all the ones that come up, or give the significance of any ones that arise, right?
When's your balls, baby?
Because that would inform them of their own graphic design as well. And, you know, because it does, it overlaps. I do want to be very transparent much later on about how they overlap.
Yeah.
Because then it's not only something they're going to be using, but something that applies to multiple different fields they're going to be doing.
See, that's really good though, because you teach them how to do it, and then you get in to say, this is why it's useful. A lot of curriculums will be like, they will go, oh yeah, you will use this for a lot of different things, but some places don't go into how and where, and that's where people will need to know quite a lot, because if you don't, and you don't understand this, and you don't know this, and you don't know where you can go with it, it's sort of useless for you to learn it. It's like when I did my teacher training, I knew where I wanted to do, and was like, oh hey, yeah, this would lead me to this thing, and this will help me in this way.
Oh my. Am I stupid? Hasn't changed anything.
Change it again.
Give me a sec, chat. I need to.
Oh wait, I think it's the way you've extended it,
Yeah, probably.
so it's only extended
Oh.
on screen.
Keep change.
1%, I'm gonna murder you.
Sorry, chat. Just making it bigger so I can read you guys because I can't read you with the current text size. Keep changes. That's made it smaller. That's my graphic thing. I know it is. You son of a bitch. There we go. 1,
Oh, sorry, Minx, did I stop?
2. How dare! We had district head that had to leave after some legal issues arose. Being vague on purpose so it doesn't. Ah, okay.
Yeah, teaching it's very, very tough.
But
Like,
then my the last thing I was just gonna mention is the anchor. I was gonna
yeah,
there are many different composition types, and I've split them into 3 categories: intent, audience, subject.
yeah,
So intent, what is the intent? Is this photo to entertain, inform, is it to just display?
yeah,
Stuff like that. Identify, like I mentioned, the archive.
yeah.
The other one is
Kitty gone.
is the aim, like the subject. Is the subject a literal item?
Yeah.
Or is it a scene? Is it like a view?
Yeah.
Or is it something else, And then, what is the setting? Is it going to be close up? Is it going to be far away? Is this low lit? Is this really lit? Because then I'm giving them, I think that works as an anchor, because then instead of teaching, oh, there's this technique you can try. It's, here's what this technique would be used for. Here's the situation. Here's the, here's what this is fitting for. And then that is pretty much all of my ideas gone so far, I think.
Yeah. I mean, a lot of those ideas really, really sound good. I mean, practicality, I think some may need changing, but that'll be if you do get a chance to teach it, but you've got that with your curriculum and the way it looks like, how lessons will be structured.
Really? Yeah. Are you serious right now? Alright, I'll talk nothing but yes for 3 minutes straight, I guess, yeah. One of the last things I was gonna mention was using these different categories. That's funny. Oh god. I need to. Apparently that is AI, and I hate that. I want to redo that so it's not AI because
You could probably redo it where it's not AI and do it yourself.
Essentially, using those categories as a way to identify what type of photo resonates with a student.
Student.
What are their preferences? You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Do you know how hard it is to do that? My cat looked up at me when you started meowing. Are you kidding me? My child screeched hi to you, River. Aw, hi. That's so cute. Yeah. Good job, Cody. Done it. No, your good job. Your good job. No. How are they doing, Brandy? Are they doing okay, yeah?
Yeah. Yeah.
Generally trying to do that in a way that doesn't sound forced is so hard. Yeah. All I can do is make sure it matches the tone that I'm talking in, yeah.
Yeah. What, just going, yeah.
Or just fucking...
I punish myself because you spelled it. You're just a dumb little puppy, Cody. Okay, Kobe, so it doesn't fucking matter.
Cody?
Cody? Shut up, I can't...
Can't hear me at my phone. Can hear say hello. I remember drinking water, take care of yourselves, make sure. Hey, Yazuki.
Yeah.
Hi, cutie. Yeah.
Maybe type it because he can't hear.
I've been... Oh, wait. Oh, fuck. I'm not logged in. Am I logged in?
Maybe.
I'm streaming.
Message on Discord.
I'll send him a message.
Yeah. Just send it in that group that we have.
Have to see you, Brandy. Move. Aww.
Teach me basic. Stupid puppies don't need to know any words, okay?
You sure? Sit. You sitting on the floor. That was easy. Don't listen to him. He's trying to set you. Oh my god. You're trying to do what the school did to you. You're trying to hold him back. Good night, Azuki. I'm sorry you can't hear. I love you. Bye. Oh wait, that's not the camera. I'm pointing at the fucking mic.
There. I can't see the camera right now because you've got your own.
Oh yeah, I need to put OBS on.
I don't think they saw me now.
I like how I read, oh, I muted stream. I'm like, oh, hi, Azuki. But using that as a way to identify what resonates with the student in the sense of images, because one thing I do want to build on is them having a very clear defined what they want to do, what fits them, and then using that to inform how I go forward.
Yeah.
And then that is pretty much my entire idea so far.
Yeah, that is a good idea. You know, putting it into a longer weekly thing will be a lot harder because you're gonna have to not. The best thing is when you're teaching, don't do the same thing. The worst thing is you lecture for too long.
I've tried to avoid that as much.
But also there's sometimes you have to. And it's trying to go, right, I have to do this, but how can I do it in a sense of... And that's where the discussions come in better with theories as well, is when you're doing the theory sessions.
I generally think the technical, yeah, that applies a bit, but the theory is not so much.
Yeah.
Because the theory is mostly just composition.
Yeah.
When I cover stuff like ethical,
Yeah.
God help me, I'm gonna cry. Yeah, that would make sense. But I do think the theory, which is mostly just composition,
Yeah.
because it is just a creative practice. It makes more sense to do that discussion based.
Yeah.
But then grading wise, I was gonna have, this is the last idea I forgot to mention. At the end of every session, a 1-page questionnaire of how they found it. What they would like to cover, if there was anything that can be improved.
That's good.
You know, a formula, something that informs me about what they've learned, and then informs me about what they would prefer.
I don't know whether you got this when you were in college, but when I do this and we do it now, we do have feedback sheets. We're like, hey,
Really?
what do you want? Yeah, normally after you're given a assignment work, it's not just feedback about how you found. The feedback is how you found the teaching as well for that course. It's like when I did my teacher training, on the end of it, they were like, hey, this is a QR code, fill this out for art so we know how we can get better. Because we want to get better. We want everything to do well. And us as educators and as trainers, we want the best for our students no matter what. You know, most people will. And in terms of wanting that, it's really, really hard to push for certain things. So having feedback, even every lesson, is really good because you can go, okay, this didn't work. Like with some of the assignments we've done this year, we've seen it, like that really boring one I told you about.
Don't remember.
Okay. You know when I said they had to make a box, sort of.
Oh, yeah, that.
So there's a lot more that goes into context to it, but they had to make a design and put it on something.
Art
And-
course. Okay, what's our final test? You got to make a commercial product.
Yeah.
Kill me.
Well, look, and this project, it was more, we needed to put it in as part of the awarding body, so we have no choice. Sometimes awarding bodies are really nice and will let you change things up or give you a bit of freedom, you know. And Reed's one doesn't have an awarding body.
Mine is probably just going to be something that teaches people stuff,
Yeah.
but there is no
So
grading.
you're
certificate.
going to have you can make a certificate and go, you've completed this course, so they get something out of it. But
Cool.
it's not like you are set to do this standard, whereas awarding bodies have to teach you certain things, so you might get somewhere where it's really, really boring. Tutors know it, right? So we were like, we're going to make this project as short as possible. So we made it 3 weeks, extended it to 4 weeks because they struggled with it a little bit. But it was originally meant to be 4 weeks, I think, and I think we just messed up on it. But we were like, what can we do to make it better? And some of them said, change some of the things we can do it on. Right? Because we found it quite hard because it didn't relate to us. But like, okay, we can take some stuff out. And me and the tutor had a chat afterwards. We were like, okay, this is how this could be better. This is what they struggled on. This is why they struggled on it.
I am listening.
I know.
I'm just teasing her.
Yeah, and it also started working on me.
What? Oh.
What?
She moved.
Yeah. You know. watching it. You know, it's just think, oh, Kobe's been a good little puppy by sitting. That's good. Good boy.
You both probably did it at the same time.
Shut up. Ow. But yeah, it is one of those things where there's a lot that goes into it. So feedback is always good to get. You know, during, afterwards. Afterwards is a very big thing, because, and this is something that what people don't realise, is when we give you an assessment, and it's an assessment, not an exam, we're not necessarily assessing you guys. We're assessing ourselves as teachers as well, because
I'll write that down. I should probably put that as like a
do something where you can, because you already know as much as we're teaching you and how accurate we're teaching you. Alright? It's very much like a remember you put it on duplicated displays. So where was I? Because I got distracted.
Okay.
No, I'm getting tired. It's past my bedtime.
That's it. You don't have to stay. I might continue, but you don't have to stay.
No, I don't mind.
I spell amazing.
I'll give it a little bit. But if we don't teach you the way you need to learn, then that's us. We need to adapt. Okay? Yes, River is an iPad kid now.
It's a graphics tablet.
it is a graphics tablet.
You think I'm gonna draw on one of those ones that don't display the screen and relearn how to draw? Fuck no.
Yeah.
I'm too lazy.
It's very much, we need to be the best we can be to help you guys. You know, and a lot of tutors are actually, they can be some of us are very hard on ourselves.
Hey, what are you trying to do?
Eat you. We will know. Sometimes I've gone home, I've been like, I've had a really crap day because this, and I'm double guessing everything I've done that day, haven't I?
Yeah, thanks. That's a while.
And you know, they would say, "Oh yeah, it's just your perception. You did fine." I'm like, "No, I did shit."
Oh yeah, you're bad at it.
Well, yeah. You might want to snooze that because you can do it one more time. So it's one of those things. Assessments aren't just for you; it's for us. And the worst thing for us, and especially for me, is when I get told I have to tell a student they failed an exam or a test. I absolutely hate it. And technically it's not my job to tell them, it's a tutor's job, but they didn't know how to tell them, so I was just said, hey.
Say, do you remember when Cinnamon failed something and you were like, the failing exam does not mean you've not made any progress this entire year.
Yeah. And that's the thing. I hate it, because it's like, you're making progress, exams don't meet you.
Yeah.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That was not my best pair, hang on.
That's funny. It's funny, but I also feel sorry for you. But also I don't, because it's funny.
Wait, what? Cheese spreads? What?
Yeah, so they did some grilled cheese stuff, but the thing they press it on didn't work.
Why?
Because I didn't press it on. When I didn't
That's
turn it on.
funny.
They didn't press the on button. But yeah, 1%. Shush.
No, don't. Keep going.
No, I'm just telling them to shush because they've sent me like loads of messages and I will bite them.
Of course you will.
But what?
It's crazy that River can go deeper than me. Hang on, that's not my. Hang on. I can go deeper. Hang on. It will.
Yeah. Yeah.
That's not my deepest, but yeah. Fuck, I need to go high now. Fuck, I fucked my voice. There we go. I kid you not, River. I indirectly got me a GF. I've been dating my best friend for 5 years, 6 months, and I come. Oh, really? Wait, really, Show and Tell? I don't know how I was involved with that, but I'm happy for you. Like, I'm being genuine. Don't know how that. My tone sounded weird, but no. I'm more just confused how I'm involved.
Indirectly.
How am I indirectly involved?
They probably watched you and talked about you, and yeah.
Oh. Huh.
I don't know.
I do this every day. How did I forget? The button I don't know. No button? Oh, for that. Luckily, I benefit from good grades in COVID-19.
Oh, I hate the COVID-19.
I remember you talking about this, Kobe. I remember that.
I'm sorry, but if you are the COVID-19 generation, had your exams, your tutors failed you because they were too easy on you. Fact.
Then yeah, I was very CEO coded. What do you mean? What do you mean? Oh my god.
Yeah, and the reason why I say the COVID generation got messed up in the exams, I've seen it a lot. The last couple of years, we've had the COVID generation go through my level. COVID had a massive impact on every education setting, and and some of the people now. How long ago was it? 5, 6 years ago now. So I remember doing online lessons. But it's unfortunately you got messed up because of tutors were given a lot more leeway to go, oh hey, we can use this and we know you would have passed it, which is good in one way but bad in the other way.
I'm gonna say it's good if you're in a shitty country where you have to hit a certain grade and that grade actually means nothing.
Yeah, oh, it's raining. Oh, it's gonna be really icy tomorrow. Shit.
Just don't run, you'll be fine.
I'll go on all fours. It'll be fine.
Don't kiss the bridge again.
Ow.
Idiot fell and hit his head.
I didn't. Okay, I did warn him.
I say you didn't? Are you sure?
I mean, if I tapped him and I didn't, that means I definitely had a concussion. But yeah, no. So it's very much like, because there was no set grading standard, and this is why. Well, I'm gonna say, I hate saying it, but it's true. We've had students come in that's been told, hey, they can do this, and this is why grades are semi-important in terms of. So they got put on a certain course that they are meant to be able to do. They physically could not do it, but because they had this set grade, we could not move them down to something where it was easier for them. And because of that, it's one of those things of, we are now stuck in, we can't move this person to something better because they've got a grade that's higher or equivalent to it. And I think that's, someone wants to be kittied. So it's very hard to go, oh hey, yeah, exams are shit, which they are, but then also,
Ow.
meow, nom you. Just wait until we play Goofy again. It's gonna be, it's one of those things of, sorry, brain's shutting down a little bit.
It's getting late, it's fine.
Yeah.
I'm just right, sorry.
No, you're good.
Oh, must be kitty. Aw, Anya. He's a cute kitty. He's a cute kitty. Hmm?
Thing is, Kobe, you're not stupid. Your mind may work differently. You understand stuff differently. No one's really ever stupid. It's just how people process.
But I'd say, if we're going to talk about that, define intelligence.
Exactly.
And if you're thinking of STEM, okay, even if we say STEM equals smart, alright, you can have the most person who has all understanding of science and maths. They don't understand emotions, they're fucked. Emotional intelligence has a lot more importance, in my opinion.
There's a lot of people that are very clever but didn't have the emotional intelligence and stuff.
Intelligence, the reason why IQ is one of the most stupid, flawed, dumb concepts to ever come out of psychology is because it has no fucking grounding. Intelligence is a concept we made up as humans, same as primitive, right? They are just perceptions we have of people. There is no such thing as an intelligent fucking particle or anything like that, right? It is just a single concept we've made up. I'm not saying you can't be smart. I'm saying it is not a grounded idea. What is smart to me and what is smart to Jolly will be massively different. What someone means will always be inexplicably different.
I know that.
You say that, yet you're very insightful. It really depends. No one.
Am I though?
It depends on your definition of smart. What's your definition? Like, is it being creative? Is it being able to do things? Because right now you've just described how to approach things that are like in an efficient way to teach people how to navigate their own needs, how to apply it. I've gone over something as well. Is that not intelligence?
Yeah, I guess. But this is what I mean by we second guess ourselves all the time.
Base 1%.
Yeah.
Also, who else about the drawing app? Oh, gay bitch, it's Crater. Crowdfunded fucking art software, no subscriptions for the win. Fuck Adobe.
But yeah, no, it's very much, you can't say you're dumb unless you're hitting yourself on a bridge on purpose or something. I don't know. Like, no one can really say they're dumb because everyone's perception is going to be different. Apart from I can say I'm dumb because it's me, and yeah.
I just had an idea. Come on, I want to run it by you.
What?
So I'm thinking of how I remember people would take a mock exam,
Yeah.
not be told it was a mock exam, and generally think it's an important exam. Or even if you gave me a mock exam, I don't know if that's to inform you or me, right? Would it make sense to, at that very first lesson, during the transparency statement, having that discussion?
Initial assessment.
Yeah, not having an initial assessment, but saying, when something is low stakes and high stakes, I will tell you.
Yeah. Be clear of saying, this is what I'll tell you when you have an exam or something I
So
do
the
assess
purpose,
you on.
making the purpose.
Yeah. Be like, there'll be some things which I do for me, because whenever we've given stuff out, is that I've always, because students and young people and everyone gets stressed over any type of test because they're like, oh my god, it's testing me. I was like, no. I've gone to them and said, no, we're not testing you, we're testing us. We want to see what we've taught you, we want to see what you've remembered so we can help you pass the important stuff. This one doesn't matter to you, it matters to us because we can help you from it. And people are like, oh, but this. I'm like, no. Because it's not a thing. You're not a... No. We want to help you the best you know. If you know a lot about algebra, we don't gonna need to teach you algebra. But if you need to know, like, shapes, we'll teach you shapes. It's not a necessarily bad thing not to know something. It's, we need to help you. And a lot of people at some levels forget the basics.
I'm listening.
No, I'm just reading what Kobe just said. I got diagnosed 2 years ago, helping me realize I'm not actually lazy or dumb. I have a different working brain, a puppy brain worth. Wow. It's... See, we've had these conversations so much.
Be careful where you go with this. Be very careful where you go with this. Do you want me to go on this?
No, I'm not.
Let's not.
But... What?
I guess what he's probably gonna say is,
I'm
I
trying to
wouldn't frame it in a way. I'm gonna try and frame this, and this isn't trying to be what's the word? Dismissive.
Yeah.
And it's hard to word this without being dismissive.
What it is a diagnosis is helpful for some people, but it's just putting a label on traits. Everyone's mind works differently. What it's done for you, if you've got diagnosis that's helped you realise something, it's because of you associate the name of the traits, not necessarily everything else.
I could tell you're going to struggle to articulate this.
Yeah.
Do you want me to try?
Yeah.
I think what he's going to get at is basically... I need to think now. I guess it comes from an assumption, so that's all. I will say that. It's on an ad break anyway.
Oh, I don't have a break.
Meow. I'll continue afterwards.
Yeah. It should be finished now, that stuff. I think it's finished. That was it ending.
Oh, okay. Oh, thank you. Yeah, woof. If you can fucking see it.
It was better like that.
There we go. Oh.
That's actually quite cool with that.
But basically, pretty much what Jolly was gonna get at is, and I do feel like this is coming from an assumption point, and I can see why. It's kind of like framing it as something you have as holding you back, which I'm not saying it can't. There are things that can do. I guess I think Jolly is just saying maybe it can always come across as like you're seeing your potential being limited by it.
Yeah. I guess so many people come up to me and say, "Oh, I'm autistic. I can't do this. Oh, I've got dyslexia. I can't do this." Now, from someone who's dyslexic,
just to be clear, I don't think like that's how anything's coming across.
No. That's not
this
how
is just a conversation that's kind of, this is just him.
This is just building on that, being diagnosed does help knowing why, because I grew up without knowing what I had. I was diagnosed, but family didn't tell me until like very late. I was like, oh, okay, so that's why I do this. At the
end of everything, everyone has some sort of something there,
Yeah.
and it's knowing how to navigate that. And if someone doesn't know how to navigate that, that's going to impact your education. It's not about you being, I'd say, different in that sense. It's just everyone needs a different approach.
Yes. And it's not necessarily, you're lazy, you're dumb, you're this, you're that. Yeah. It's also the labels with the assumptions people will give you. They'll go, oh, you're this, you're that, you're this, you're that. Like, it's not. Don't let it. I mean, so yeah, you now understand more about yourself, right?
I think what you're trying to say is it should inform you about your experience,
but don't
and you should know how to, and that should only mean that you learn how to navigate it, not so much. I guess obscure what you can and can't do.
Yeah, because I was always told certain things when I got to a certain level. I can't do this. I can't do this. I've had students come up to me and go, but I can't do this because I've been told I can't. I'm like, but you can. And they're like, no. I'm like, but you've just done it. And they're like, have I? I'm like, yes, you've just done it. Like, it may take you longer to learn something. It may take you longer to do this, but you can do it, right? And there's things I haven't done because I've always been when I was growing up, I was told you can't do that. So don't let it. Allow it to inform you about, why you have done certain things, but don't let that change. Oh, I do this because of this. It's you just do it anyway. You are you. That label is there just to help identify shit. But I'm not gonna go there because it's fucking
No, it can. Don't get me wrong. It can it can give someone an explanation of why they've struggled, or why life has been.
Helps. Like we've had this discussion.
You're coming at it from a different angle, yeah.
Yeah. But in my job, it helps having a label not like that, but me knowing, oh, you've got this, so these are the traits I'm expecting. Okay, but how I personally do it, I go, I'm expecting this, but you are you. I'm going to listen to whatever you say and take it as it comes and then adapt to you.
I'm keeping very quiet because everyone has heard my ramble about diagnostic padagram.
Yeah, but I'm talking about in the way education helps. We've had this conversation so many times, and you know where I come from, and I know where you, and you know what I agree with you from a lot. At the
end of the day, like the very first thing that, like the reason I, like the very first thing, putting like diagnosis aside, the reason why, like when it comes to lesson 1 of my thing, I did the whole outside of like, what's your intrinsic motivation?
Oh, yeah.
It was what has worked for you and what hasn't. Is because I will generally get more out of you describing what your own experience is rather than telling me what you've classed as. Like, I can go to you
Yeah.
and say, oh, I've got DID, you know?
Yeah.
I guess that will then come with a bunch of assumptions
Yeah.
of what that will be,
Yeah.
right?
Mhm.
I don't want that, personally. I mean, it helps
No.
when you're just trying to describe something and you haven't got time to explain shit. But,
Yeah.
I mean, the best thing I would summarize this is there was one time where I went to a psychotherapist, not my own therapist, but he basically gave me a little bit of help.
Yeah.
And I was struggling with something, and I was struggling with how to really grasp it and what it could be. And he basically said, you can just throw that psychobabble out the fucking window. It matters in some states, but what is going to give me more insight is you describing your experience.
Yeah.
Not you telling me what you might class as or what you might have, or just tell me how it's affecting you. Because even if you were to tell me you have ADHD, that's not telling me anything other than you might have the symptoms that everyone is aware of ADHD, and there are so many people aren't.
And there's so
That's
many
not me
different
telling.
paths.
That's not going to tell me, okay, how is that impacting you?
Yeah.
Because those symptoms of ADHD, you can have two people who have the same condition,
And that's.
but the way it manifests will be two very, very different.
I mean, I've told you about all the different people I've come across
I
with.
don't know how we got on this subject.
Um,
Always comes back to this on stream.
It does. It does. It always does.
I just hope it's not coming off as dismissive or like insulting to
Yeah.
anyone,
Well,
because that's not the intent.
I think with our both things, it's like I always go to people and go, "Hey, how do you learn?"
To me,
Yeah.
it feels the same as when someone. It feels. I mean, to me, it feels the same as like pronouns and gender.
Yeah.
Like if someone asks, I'll tell. But if someone was like to ask, how do you identify? Ideally, I don't want to use labels.
Yeah.
Because while I can say, oh, you know, well, one, if we're talking about relationship styles, there is no real label for me. No existing one
Yeah.
that will work outside from RA. And I could say poly, but there are so many different types of poly. It only gives you an idea that, oh, I have multiple partners. It doesn't tell you that, oh, aspects of intimacy are not limited in the same way. Because you can still have that in poly.
Yeah.
You know? But it's the same as like, if someone was to ask me about gender, I could just say, oh yeah, I'm gender fluid. Which is not untrue, but it doesn't give you the nuance of it, you know?
I mean,
And the problem is, most educations, when it comes to this, will just look at a diagnosis and use that as a basis.
yeah.
Whereas you've just described going beyond that and going, okay, can you tell me what your actual experience is?
Yeah. And it's a very tough thing, especially in education, because of all tutors, all teachers need to be aware of all these needs. But also,
You
with
can't
the
be.
way-
Realistically.
with this way the system is set up, it is massively against it, because you can't have so many people with so many environment needs and us be able to cater to every single one. It's physically impossible, and unfortunately,
You have to develop, and this is one thing I've had an argument with so many different organizations
Yeah.
that have tried to be inclusive.
yeah,
They've gone, oh, inclusivity means we make one option for everyone. I'm like, okay, I'll give you an example. I went to a museum.
equality over equity.
Yes, but in a weird way. So
Yeah.
I went to a museum. This museum was supposed to be accessible to anyone, right? They had tried to cater to all the people who struggle with hearing by having all the headphones a little bit louder. Great! You have catered to one person. Good. I'm proud of you. Guess what? You have fucked me. I could not put those headphones on. I step near those headphones, I already hear that is far too loud and gonna hurt my ears. And put me into a seizure as a result of sound. They have not. You will give me more inclusive. You would give more like. Fucking hell, my throat. You will be doing more people a favor by giving them control.
Yeah.
And giving them different options.
And
And the argument I've had is so many organizations have gone, oh, but no, by giving them different options, that's segregation. No.
no, it's not.
The more you try and cater
That's
to
what
everyone.
equity is, though. Equity is like adapting to that person for them to like.
Letting you be able to tailor
Yeah.
it to your own needs.
It's like that one picture which we get shown all the time because it's very effective and it shows the difference. Equality, treat everyone the same. So you've got a really short person, a medium level height person, and a really tall person. You give them one box, the tall person's still going to be higher than everyone else. The small person still won't be able to see. Equity is, oh, you give the smallest person 2 boxes so they can see the middle one, the tall person doesn't need
Well, it's
one.
like one of these charities I work with.
And yeah,
They made something, and they make sure all of their stuff uses certain colours so those with visual impairment can see, which is fine. Those with dyslexia were struggling with the font that is used for visual impairment people.
Yep.
And I was like, why don't you make it an optional thing on your website? Oh no, we have to cater to everyone. Yes, but you're not. By trying to cater to everyone, you're making it even more impossible. You need to just give people agency.
by having that option to choose which one you have, you're being friendly to everyone. And that's why I think, if you've noticed, in a lot of video games have been doing it quite a bit actually. Every video game, and I've had people complain to me about this.
Oh god, here we go.
In
I know where
games.
this is going.
Right, so when it comes up and it goes, and it has automatically had press A to start, right, it will say that because it doesn't know you.
Well, that was not where I thought we were going to go. I thought we were just going to go into like character creation.
No, well, that goes into it, but that is given everyone. People may not be able to read that. You know, people can't do. Shush, Andrew.
He's wearing a skirt.
It's just a skirt, not a maid dress. Don't have one yet.
Everyone has a big story
I
on
need
why
to
they
find
are
one.
the way they are. Big conversations within humanity help the ball rolling. Yeah, no, I agree. I just my only bias here is diagnoses are criteria, and society as a whole, the general like public, right? They get informed a bit about the stuff that comes out of that academic discovery of that stuff.
Yeah.
And everyone gets this really, really misunderstood impression that we have got a set in stone understanding. There is nothing more to it than understand. It's done. Autism is a good example of this. So many people have this idea that we understand all there is to it about autism. No, you fucking cannot. We have not. All a diagnosis is it is informed by the diagnostic data. That should not stop. For the individual, though, I personally think that because of how much that's an issue. Like, for example, I could bring up so much in regards to this. Like, the amount of times you could go to someone who's been diagnosed with ADHD and go, okay, what type? What do you mean type? And this is outdated even itself, you know, stuff like that. But, like... I forgot where I was going with this. Because, in a general consensus sense of, like, the masses have such a defined idea of what autism is, anyone who fits into the exception might not be considered, and those who are not even remotely near it, but because everyone has this, oh, there's traits.
Yeah. So one thing
Like, you're an example. The amount of times people have said maybe you're autistic, right? But guess what? The whole people understanding that there is a set of traits. Yes, that is not inherent to autism. That is humanity.
Yeah.
ADHD is the best example I can give. If you look at the DSM-4 compared to the DSM-5, DSM-4 had the types, right? DSM-5 is doing now what a lot of things are slowly doing. What ADHD is consisted of, all the different like key symptoms, right? Impulsivity, inattention, hyperactivity. Anyone can be hyperactive. Anyone can have inattention problems, especially if you fucking with social media. And anyone can have impulsivity. It's when it is a impairment to that person's life, is when it should be considered
And
something else.
That's something that
But for so long, so many of these criteria have been treated as you've met that criteria, you must be
go
this.
into, but that's a long thing as well. It is something we can go into. But there is just so much that can be said. But Zach's right with the because how can I help? It's very tough to go, oh hey, like my job is, hey, how can I help you? You know, I have so many tools in a toolbox, but I need to know which tool to use. And instead of going, hey, how can I help? Okay, what's your problem? What are you struggling with? Okay, struggling with, okay.
That's my biggest gripe, is, at least in a diagnostic sense, when someone gets a diagnosis, the most you get is, oh, here's some resources. A person will get more out of, hey, here's what you have, here's the symptoms it's consist of, here's your options, not just here's what you class as, here's what you can do about it. Here's what you can do about it.
Yeah, so what Cambridge said about it being a spectrum, everything in a spectrum. This is something where I've, like, in education you see. So we have these things called specific learning difficulties, okay? That's the official term, okay? So I'm going to use official terms for it, okay? Now, under that, you have dyslexia, dyspraxia, dyscalculia, dysgraphia. There's loads of different disses. just the Dis family. But what you'll see in everything else, it's a spectrum. Dyslexia, you have people that won't be able to read at all and are highly dyslexic, and you've got people who can. You know,
It's a very broad phenomenon.
Everything is broad, but also it's mixed in everything else. You will see dyspraxia in people with autism. You'll see dyspraxia in people with ADHD. You'll see dyslexia in all these different things.
One of the key things is I think one thing that people
It's
slowly.
all a spectrum.
I think one thing that is the key problem is people get an idea. People like hear about this is associated with this condition,
Yeah.
right? But then they get an idea that that is inherent to that condition.
Yes.
That anything outside of it cannot be that
Yes.
condition. Just like Gay Bitch said, when you don't fit the stereotypes, you'll be told you're faking it.
Yeah.
I could give you a wealth of examples here. I could
Yeah.
give you a wealth of examples with gender, with not just, stuff like that. Here's the thing though. There is an exception to every rule, and there will always be exceptions. And the reason why I hold my thing against diagnoses is because they are not including the exceptions. And what they do is when they don't have their criteria currently working and they find someone who falls outside the exception, they either don't get the criteria or they make a subcategory. And then you're just adding more and more fucking boxes, which is good for data, not good for the individual.
Yeah.
I would rather have someone say, here's what you have. Here's the symptoms you have. I don't care about what it counts as. If some people do, that gives them a sense of explanation, that makes it easier. Me personally, if you could tell me here's what your symptoms are, and here's what the treatment options are, that does more for me.
Yeah.
That would do more for me. That makes more sense to me than, okay, here's something, you can go get resources on that. Because also outside of that, there is not always a guarantee that what was identified was right? Because get this. One of my other gripes. I'm gonna use you. Am I okay to use you as an example? When was you diagnosed dyslexic?
I was very young when it was done.
And I'm not questioning his condition. This is the thing.
So
It was quite young, right?
I was in night reception when it was done.
Jesus Christ.
Well, the dyspraxia was more when I was younger because that's a coordinator. So with dyslexia is quite actually hard to diagnose someone with, especially in different counties in the UK, because they all have different rules and laws.
What?
Yeah, different count. So in some counties, you can only get diagnosed by a private person. It's all done privately, so you got to spend money.
That's already a
huge.
huge issue of what you've said, but
Yeah,
okay.
yeah,
Holy
yeah,
shit,
that's what I'm telling you. That's what I'm telling you that. So, but I got told I was diagnosed with dyslexia, but I actually don't know when I was just diagnosed with that. I'm not gonna lie, because I went through assessments throughout my life as a child. But dyspraxia was when I was quite young, because it's a coordination disorder, right?
Did they ever?
So it's all about sitting, crawling, and stuff. So you can notice those delays quite early on, and then by a certain age, they're like, okay, you haven't met these milestones at all, where you should have. And I was like a few years behind on certain milestones. So like, okay, you need that. So you go for an assessment and stuff like that. It's like my speech. I had speech therapy for quite a while. I had those different things.
Yeah. I guess what I was going to ask is, was you ever given a review over the years?
No.
They never reviewed you. They never had okay, let's see how your symptoms have changed, how they're manifesting, if it's still impacting your life, if ever treatment is needed. This is my thing. People get fucking diagnosed and that's it. That's the end line. Okay, there you go. You can go get therapy, maybe. Review? No. Your symptoms won't change.
It's like
Life
one
won't
big thing,
change.
though. It's like same with physical disabilities in the sense of, and people are gonna be like, oh my god, he's gonna talk about this. But
What?
so it's very important to realise that those, and I'm gonna use official terms as much as people hate them.
By the way, you don't have to shout. The mic is there. You don't have to shout. They can
Am I
hear.
shouting? I can't.
A
do that.
little bit. You're pushing it.
I'm getting tired. I'm sorry.
I can turn the mic up. So there you go.
So it's one of those things of like, I've known people with physical disabilities who have these other traits, but they focus so much on the physical that they've not noticed anything else, and then it's made their life
You're
harder.
getting to a point I was going to go to. I'll use myself an example.
People focus on too much of the physical or of one or the other, and don't notice other parts. So they could notice, oh, now my dyspraxic symptoms, and go, that's this. But what it could be something completely medical. right? And for me, I don't think it is, but other people, it can become that, and it's also
Things can be
society norm.
Things can be learned, habitual.
Yeah.
They can be a mixture of the two.
Now,
They can
when
be
I was
medical.
diagnosed, I was diagnosed quite young, so there wasn't time for me to learn certain things. But there are definitely things which are done by my environment. And environment does play a big role in growing up. So you can say someone's autistic and struggles with the social skills. 100% true, there is fact to this. But, and it's a big but,
I guess my thing is the struggle with social skills because of how SEND individuals tend to be put in a different environment, or can be, and then not integrate as much, and then just
So when I was in secondary school,
outside of emotional regulation.
When I was in primary school, I had this friend growing up who was on the spectrum. We got on really well. We went to the same secondary school. We went to the same college for a little bit, and then we ended up parting ways because we didn't see each other often. Now, in the primary school, at first they were segregated to their own little unit. It was quite a well-known thing. It was build up social, and then they integrated into mainstream.
Holy shit.
Huh?
Wait, so they put them in a different separate thing, and then
they slowly
I can see the
integrated,
intent.
which was, you could see the good and bad, but over time, when you saw how I went through my SEN, because I didn't have any HCP, I didn't have a statement. This person did. They had this, So the levels of support were completely different. But there was a point where it was heavily separated, because my family was like, okay, you've got needs, but I'm not going to tell you which one it is. Also, you got to handle life on your own.
mine hid mine away because she thought I'd use it as an excuse.
Yeah. Basically, mine was hidden away from me.
Mine was wrong anyway.
Well, yeah. But this person knew they had this, and every thing I heard, if they were getting in trouble, was, oh, they've got this, we've got to give them that. We've got to let them get away with things. Like, they would threaten to throw a chair. If I was to threaten to throw a chair, I would have got kicked out of college. They just had isolation and other stuff. Like, there was a massive difference, and it taught him that he could get away with everything because of this. When he got into college and other things, they struggled to integrate in terms of you get treated equally. If you do this, we're going to tell you are wrong. And I have this all the time. There are students that will think that because they have these needs, they can't get told off. And I've actually had students tell me, oh, I'm SEN, which is our word for special educational needs, which is our official term we use. And I'm a SEN kid, I can't get in trouble. And in some ways, some tutors will actually be true. They go, oh, we can't do this because they're SEN. It's like, no, you can do this. It's the way you do it. You have to do it in a way they understand it. And it depends on the level. And it goes back to the whole level of, people hear autism, they go, oh my god, they don't understand this, or we've got to be kind. Or they hear Down syndrome and it's like, oh
god, I remember
you
hearing
got this.
people, the amount of people I've met who associate autism with just having no emotion.
No.
Oh no, you have no emotion. No, I'm pretty sure everyone has emotion,
No,
bro.
autism isn't having no emotion. Autism is processing emotion and understanding their own emotions and being able to regulate their emotions. But if you don't teach that and you don't help them with that, then they're not going to learn it. But it's the same with a normal child. I mean, with me, people say all this to me, but really, have I actually been able to open myself up? Like, how often have I been able
How often did you have that option, the right environment, the right situation? That part, which is associated with autism, just struggling with identifying, processing your own emotions, knowing how to navigate them. Navigating them, people struggle with a lot.
Yeah.
How many people, you can probably think of many people who struggle with in fucking childish way.
But how many times have we just sat here and talked?
Yeah.
And then I've just burst out crying or something like that. Like, just randomly. Not even knowing why.
There was a thing, I don't know how true it was, but there was a thing that was mentioned at one point. It was to do with mirror neuron theory. Those who don't know, mirror neuron theory is basically this. I don't know if it's a theory, but basically mirror neurons are apparently how emotions are perceived.
Yeah.
It's what makes you be able to see someone sad and feel sad yourself, right?
Yeah.
It's the whole but essentially they were saying that the theory was if you were not exposed to certain emotions in childhood, like a variety,
Yeah.
you will struggle to process them yourself because you were not exposed to them.
Yeah.
If you were in a household that was only XYZ, when you go into an environment where that's not the case, you're going to struggle to process those own emotions yourself.
Yeah.
And you can see how that could lead to what is understood as autism and emotional regulation. They had too much emotions and too much empathy, since there is also stereotype. Yeah, no.
Yeah. It's not that, because I've had some very, very empathetic people who are autistic in, my line.
I was about to say, I'm probably one of the most empathetic people you can meet. I'm dissociated. I can't process half my emotions. Not being able to process them, generational trauma. Yeah, this is one thing that I've had to argue with so many. So one of my siblings, I don't know if she was because we cut contact, but she was apparently being investigated for autism. We both came from, for 8 years of our life, that household was physically, emotionally, and financially abusive. That will fuck someone's social, emotional processing, and all the things that are associated with autism up. She got hyperfixations the minute it all started. I wonder why. Because it was a distraction. This is what I mean. There are reasons behind everything. But I think we really fall into this habit, and we fall into it with a lot of conditions. There's a term in academia, homogeneous. When a condition is homogeneous, it has multiple different factors and causes, not a single one. No, genetics, psychology, neurology all play in. There is no defined single one. When something is like that, reducing it down to your brain is just different disgusts me heavily.
And
Because everyone's brain is different, and even outside that, on a level, there are tendencies. Don't get me wrong. If we take two people who have similar environments, there's a chance they could have learned similar coping mechanisms. Therefore, their brain would be shaped similarly. Certain parts of it would be more overactive than it would be in an average person. Let's say if we took child abuse, children, and looked at their brains, you'd probably find similarities. Similarities doesn't mean there is a child abuse brain. It's just what tends to happen, and that is just because we really, and this is where, your brain has structural neuroplasticity. Your brain can change as a result of shit that happens outside. That can change as a result of environment, things that happen. Changes in your environment can cause changes in psychology and your brain. They have a dynamic relationship. This idea that genes and brain are this thing, and then psychology is here, and
everything is interlinked. Everything has effect. I did a lot.
Gene expression theory basically threw this idea that genes and only genes only genes affect you. No, your environment will determine what genes express, and that then obviously affects what will happen. This is what the hell? This goddamn username.
It's too damn long.
Hey, I'm gonna call you too damn long. Is that okay? Welcome to the stream. How you doing?
That's goddamn username.
Well, I think the point you were gonna get at. I'll let you go because I know it's late and you have work. I think the point you were gonna get at is that you can end up using a clinical diagnosis in a way that is reductionistic and might actually obscure any other factors. For example, I'm going to use myself now. For those who don't watch me in my streams often, because I talk a lot, I have memory issues. I very much probably have retrograde amnesia. I have had amnesia moments. I have forgotten who I am, where I am, who my roommate is living with me for 2 years is, the whole lot, right?
You've forgotten who I am a few times.
I have forgotten what I've done yesterday in the span of 4 hours, right? Like, to an insane degree. I am dissociated. Dissociation can cause you to not process the days, as a result, lose memory. But that doesn't mean that there might not be a neurological component to that, or a different factor. And I think, and this is one thing which I don't like stressing, but I feel like I need to. As someone who's been in the mental health industry, like in the sense of being in the system, people have heard my story, I'm not going to go on about it. I'm a prime example of not only just you need to understand yourself, you at some point have to be your own researcher, right? Essentially, I have eye conditions, so I basically live at the eye hospital. You could ask this one how often I'm there. I was given a blood test right? To rule out a disease which one of my parents had, which is it's a disease where you get ulcers when your immune system hits the floor, right? They took the blood, came back negative. As a result, they basically said that disease can't be possible. Only when I did my own research did I find out that that test tests for something that is only present in 20 to 40% of cases of that disease. I could still have that. But because the specialist wasn't aware that that's the case, they ruled it out. And so we've been under the impression that nothing is there. This disease can make you go blind and can make you lose your sight. Yet I wouldn't have known that had I looked into it. My memory problems could have a neurological component. It makes more sense to rule out all the other factors, but the problem is once you get a clinical diagnosis involved, it can obscure anything else. I would love...
So
you could use like the amount of... Because in the UK, GPs can diagnose depression. Fuck no. The amount of times I've met someone who's been diagnosed with depression, I'm not saying depression does this, I'm saying that there has been more than just depression with that person. There has been more than just the symptoms of depression. The fact that symptoms overlap, people really cannot grasp how much symptoms overlap. A condition can be reinforced by other conditions, not just that. A symptom of something can reinforce other symptoms. For example, dissociation, where you're normally disconnected emotionally, or you're disconnected from your body awareness, or you're just disconnected from your identity, you know, those sort of things, right? Or your experience to a certain degree. Emotionally, if you are very rarely able to really feel your emotions and they only come there now and then, you're more vocal, your emotions come out tone-wise, but you don't really feel them that much, right? When you feel an emotion, it's gonna suddenly feel like a brick wall. It's gonna really come out in a burst.
yeah, and
The minute you get irritated, it's going to come up hugely emotional, right? When it comes to motivations, and let's say you've been disconnected and not interested in your anything, right? You haven't had any interest in any of your interests, or had any desire, right? It can affect your sleep, stuff like that. When you do get that desire, because you are so used to being out of touch with your desires, you are going to have it so much, there is a chance you will get fucking impulsive and only attend to that desire when it comes.
I'm gonna say this: they have done that.
I'm a walking example of
Like
this.
they've done that
And this is
so many
why
times.
impulsivity,
I've done that.
yeah,
Like we've all done. Like there's been times I've walked in. It's like
so there is a type of sense called a kinesthetic sense, or a proprioceptive, that's one of them. There are more than just 5 senses. This one is about your awareness of your body. When you're hungry, when it's too hot, when you're too cold. We both have a fucked sense of hunger. I only feel I am starving. I don't feel I'm a bit hungry. As a result, when I get hungry, I can get incredibly impulsive with food. You know, it's something like that. Could you say that neurological mental disorders or labels can be developed from... Yes.
yes,
Absolutely.
that's already been so. In terms of that,
It's not to say it's always the case, it's to say that it can happen.
it's an effect, right? And this is something, especially in education, which is one of those things. It's one of those things of It's one of those things of just, hey, this is a something that can impact. It's definitely, I've seen it in my trade of work. Students come in, if they've had an abusive household, or something like this, I've seen where certain things has been because of this. I've seen where households are full of people with SEND needs, the parents have SEND needs, and it's definitely like being brought down in genetics. I've seen it where it's environmental. I've seen it where it's become a medical thing because of a brain tumor, and it has physically altered the way the brain works.
You can have, so for example,
Everything will affect something.
everyone thinks that you can only be born with ADHD. No, you can very easily develop ADHD. You can develop impulsivity, put someone in the right environment,
Yeah.
give them the right stupid fucking, not just even media, deprive them of something, and then give them access to it after a while. It's very hard to not be
It's
impulsive.
like someone with addictive personality. Like you can go, oh, you're easily addicted to things. Yeah, you've got an addictive personality, you get addicted to certain things. You know, and then they go, oh, it's a hyperfocus. Like,
Well, there'll be a reason why they have an addictive
Yeah.
personality. There'll be a hole they're trying to fill.
yeah,
There's an
and people go, oh yeah, but you get a Digitest. Oh, you're gonna have a Digitest tonight. You go, and then they go, oh, you get it ditched anything you try and do. It's like, no, it's not.
The thing that you should take away from this conversation, the notion that things have to be like, there is a difference between a clinical diagnosis and I guess like a I don't know what the actual term would be, something that is more established and set in stone in the sense of like biological. Clinical is more like a criteria to a certain degree.
Yeah.
It's a broad category of this is how we're currently understanding this phenomena. And don't get me wrong, the biological probably is as well, down to its bare bones, you know. But it'll have a lot more grounding of, here's what we found, here's what the factors are, right?
Like,
What I guess the message is, these things are not like cancer A, cancer B.
yeah.
These are category. So when I say DID, which I don't like using that. It makes sense to use it now and then, but I don't like using it. Because for me, also I'm just going to answer the question quick. May Lazay? I'm going to call you Slay. Is that okay, May? May, I mean. Would you have made content directly for... Yeah, I'm more than happy to make content for trans people and gender fluid. I've been planning to make something for like people who are polyamorous and just non-monogamous. Also just arrived listening to a majestic way of educational words. What's been going on with the health? Oh yeah, I imagine. Don't imagine. We do not
Don't mention
this current state of the world is nauseating, so
Yeah.
if this gives you a little bit of fresh air, I'm really happy.
It's one of the things of, we try and keep in education. It's such a broad term, and what you've got to remember, and this is the biggest thing from someone who works in it. Don't know how many, if any of you ever end up working in it. If you work in an area like this, where you are dealing with a lot of these words, you're dealing with a lot of different people, you are never going to 100% get it right. What always happens is there's a buzzword that comes up. So the new one for the UK is the neurodiversity one.
That's
We're not going to go into it, but that's the new buzzword.
You're gonna get me cancelled if I even have my rod.
Right.
No, because like that is. I'll put it like this.
We're not going to go there.
No,
but...
I want to make a statement at least.
Okay, you can make a statement.
That is a term that I can have a rant about. I respect anyone who uses it, but I have a lot of to say about it in the sense of the patagram, the model, the framework, and the consequences it has, and the meta-narratives it pushes in society, and how it affects the individual.
Yeah.
And the individual's perception of themselves, not just the fact that how that has a huge consequence.
I've had this conversation with students.
Oh, really?
Yes. But
I don't talk about it a lot
No.
because it's a word that while it's used in, it has consequences and it has a lot, its usage is normally in a very positive manner, or in a manner which I don't want to
discredit.
Yeah, I don't want to discredit the manner. I don't want to discredit how it's used in a inclusive and progressive stuff. It's the meta-narrative that people don't realize that comes with it, and people don't realize the implications it has when you start muddying many different broad
Terms.
normally homogeneous conditions under a single category. When just the act of taking multiple different things, just the act of taking multiple different things and putting them under one category is already not a good idea.
Yeah.
Unless you have a very good reason and something that is not just correlative, which they don't. Like there isn't. I've never seen one.
Yeah. But in my work, I have to use it because it's the current buzzword. It's the current term we have to use, and I know, I've had this conversation with students. A lot of students, actually, some students don't like it. Some students do like it. It is a massive mixture, and it comes down to personal preference. But my job, I have to use it, and in a few years' time, it's going to change.
I think it doesn't sit
annoying.
well with me because I am very much a person who, I'm very postmodern in my approach to life, and that's because I do think while people are very much, we cling on so much to like these structures and these foundations, and that's fine, but we don't use them as guidelines, and that's how I think if people have such a big fear about using this in that sense. I'm completely fuffing myself and forgetting my point, and I'm gonna go to the toilet because I need to. You entertain chat,
What do you mean what?
and then go to bed because you need to. Oh my God.
Yeah, I need to get. Well, I do need to get to bed because like I gotta get up early, and it's like late. But yeah, no, everything like that. It's so bad. Yeah, I mean, I don't blame you for wanting out of the US. I don't want to talk about that. This is, yeah. Yeah. Pumpkin, he. Oh, wait, I thought I could say which specific. Yeah. I'd also say that it can also be a misleading and tough. Yeah. It's very many different ways. It's very like having one label for something is very misleading, and it also puts a term in. You know, conversation I with students have been, hey, it's putting a term.
You're raising your voice again, Sweet. It's like
putting,
11 at night.
It's putting a term in for something that I am, but also I'm not. It's it could be a bit on anyway. I'm gonna need to go to bed. Because EP and brain not working as much. I don't think.
Yep, go to bed. Bed. Not
yeah.
my bed. Go your bed.
Yeah.
Because I'm gonna continue streaming, so I have the energy. Oh yeah, I should probably take meds, shouldn't I? It's been a couple hours.
Yeah. Maybe we should take a break.
Nah, I'm good. I was gonna go for a jog break, but now that it's raining, that's
Don't
probably
go
not
for a
the
jog
wisest
break.
idea.
But yeah, no.
To be honest though, I could say it's specific how I process things, but I sort of view labels as helpful to many. However, I could say possibly misleading. Not sweet, is that okay? And tough people who try to recover the right way. Yeah, no, there's no right way of recovering. Healing is a very personal thing. And not just healing. Navigating life. How you choose to navigate and how you're going to have to choose to navigate.
See you later. Have a good one.
See ya. No night. Based on the person you've had to be. Because most of us are something that we've had to be. Until we hit a certain point where we have our own sense of agency and freedom in what we consume and where we live and having our own money and generally having the freedom to go through the process of who do I want to be? What do I want to do? What do I want to consist of? What habits do I want? What habits have I picked up that I never wanted? What ideas and ideologies have been put on me that I never had a say in? You got to go through that deconditioning and then also going through all the different habits and symptoms that are now impairing me, how I navigate that. That is so inexplicably different from each person. And that's why the different criteria can become really unhelpful. Because I could have the same thing, I can class as the same thing as you, but the way it has impacted us could be widely different. The way it's manifested, the different areas and dimensions of life it's affected. There is so much there, you know? It's something I normally struggle to really articulate, so I'm really happy that I can today. Like, I'm really happy. And thank you, it's been lovely to have this conversation. I'm not normally too confident to have this conversation. Who was that just like, oh, my roommate just left stream.
Oh, your charger for phone.
You need a socket?
Perhaps gave the wire back.
Wire?
Oh, you gave me the wire.
I gave you
And I gave it.
Did you? Where did you put it?
On this. Yeah.
There you go. Yeah, so I'll go cool. I'll have to see the glass
Yeah.
one. Got a hair on my legs, what the fuck? Where is it? Cushion. Big crap cushion about my face feature. Hi kitty! Hi baby. Meow meow.
Oh, this one's black. I need the black one.
Oh, I don't know where your black one is. That one? Yeah, that's your one. Well, you can also just plug it into your power thing.
Oh, yeah, I forgot about that.
Forget what the only thing you own is.
Yes, I did.
Bring back the castration chair. No! No, sweet. The rope chair.
Oh,
Oh, the gas die.
yeah.
The one that could have shot my ass dead. Yeah.
Oh, that one?
Yeah, no, we're not bringing that back.
That one.
That one's gone to the trash where it belongs.
No, I have a good one.
Mental diagnoses are very interesting, especially when it comes up to the rare ones. Yeah, we were discussing originally my education plan I was designing for something I'm going to be proposing soon to funders, but yeah, hang on. I need to fix my camera because the quality is abysmal. Also, someone asked what I'm studying. I'm not studying anything. No, I'm teaching. I'm a mentor part-time in my role now and then. I was a mentor in one organization for a bit, but then their training was deemed too useless, so... I don't like wording it that way, but they're not the... Yeah. I'm gonna fix my camera quick, so just give me a secondo. So that has been bothering me this entire time. Where even is it? Oh, there we go. Camera's dead. Oh my god. It's broken anyway, so that's fine. Greetings, I wish upon you a terrific Tuesday. I must go to the shop now. Bye. Oh, bye. What name will be taken? Thank you for joining. Stretch and hydrate if needed. I think I've hydrated enough. I'll get another drink in a bit though. Just gonna fix this because it's just bug. Failed opening camera. Well, you are failing doing anything right now because you're a piece of shit. Normal? The normal. That should... That looks a lot clearer. That's not clear at all, you stupid fuck. Continuous? I'm trying to adjust the focus. It's being very stupid. Infinity. You're right, I'm putting on my other phone. Fuck this. Drown. The void. The void will be back. Now, we were talking about the many different nuances of just diagnoses in general. Not so much conditions. I'm just getting my camera back. Now put music back on. I've had to have my camera so fucking close though. I wonder if I can... no. This is not relevant to the conversation. I'm wondering if this will become a VOD. Yeah? No, I normally keep most of my VODs unless something happens that deems this is not, you know, meow to keep up. Okay, let's give this a go. Hey! Droid cam, you good? That's not good. Wait a sec, it's being incredibly stupid. Remove? No. Why? What is your problem? Give me a sec. Technical difficulties with what do you use as a webcam? Why are you not showing up? Excuse the fuck out of you. End task. There we go. But no, I do appreciate this conversation. I don't normally get to talk about these points because it's normally incredibly hard to do so. Now, how close is going to be insignificant? Good. Much better. And how much charger you got? Oh, you got enough. We're fine. If I could push you down a bit. Can I push you down? A little bit. Not much. Great. That's... I guess this works. Alright. Nope. Oh, I can talk a lot about false diagnosis. I'm a walking example of a false autism diagnosis. I just worry that sometimes people might think I'm coming off as dismissive of people's conditions, which that is not the case. There is a nuance that is not normally encapsulated, you know? This is always so hard to gauge. There we go. So why is my music stopped? How dare? Yes, continue please. I found false diagnosis interesting to read up on, just because I like reading what criteria spotted led them. Yeah, no, when like you look at like how much overlap there is between certain things, people just fail to grasp that, and that's actually kind of shocking a lot of the time. Yeah, I was falsely diagnosed as autistic instead of, I never did give an answer to this. It's good to question everything. Yeah, that's essentially what I'm getting at. You like, I have had to be my own researcher in my own stuff because, like, otherwise, if I didn't, I'm going to be honest, I would be under a therapy that generally wasn't made for me, made to help me, and wasn't appropriate because it was offered. It was only by doing my own research into where their claims of efficacy came from, what their studies were, did I find that their claims of efficacy only came from in-house, their modality basically is non-existent, their therapy is more just teaching coping mechanisms for 3 years. It was a joke, you know. Even the autism community, there are heated arguments. I can imagine. My thing, and I don't like this about myself now. Oh, hang on. Just want to say thank you for all the age array videos. They're amazing, help me out so much. Find me a little space. Oh, thank you, Asher. I'm glad they could help you. Hope you reach the HDR goal soon. Yeah, no, it's HRT, yeah. Yeah, no! Oh my god. When I found out about the waitlist, I wanted to die. And, becoming aware of that, and just joining some trans subreddits out of just, like, looking up stuff, it made me more aware of how fucked things are right now, beyond that I knew, you know? I have high-functioning autism, you don't really strike me as autistic. Yeah, therapy can hurt more than help if it isn't the right one for you. How do I go on my... I was diagnosed as autistic based on these single things. Oh, what, pronouns? I do not care. You can call me whatever. You can call me a slur, maybe not in chat. You can call me he, she, they, I do not care. I'm, let's say, gender fluid for an easier overall explanation. But essentially, I was diagnosed as autistic at 16. I was flagged up after an iteration of me. Was bullied for 2 years. Responded to that with like not eating and ideation and shit like that. And got sent to essentially CAMS. CAMS saw me. I got signposted. Blah 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 blah. They gave me apparently an autism score sheet. I tested apparently for that score twice, based on that score sheet, and then based on the fact that I had black and white thinking, had interests that lasted long, and had struggled with emotional regulation. I was diagnosed as autistic. To be specific, it was Asperger's syndrome, I believe. Yeah. Only after doing more digging, and after like literal years, because the narrative, like being told that diagnosis was the time, the different iterations of me, very much the reason for any time emotion didn't last long or stay or remain I just framed it as, oh, that's just my autism, you know? That's just me struggling with emotions. That's all there is. Which was completely incorrect. My emotional regulation is because I'm heavily dissociated, unconsciously and somewhat consciously, you know? DID is what I'll say I have, but I don't like saying that. I'll give you the spiel. Basically, integration. It refers to what is normally the most common goal in therapy, right? There is something that remains. You are not born with a personality, it forms. As it forms, there will be different ideas, different experiences, different emotions that all kind of need to come together. And some things don't. Traumas stay out sometimes, different inner conflicts stay out sometimes, and, you know, these things don't just sit there inside just going away, they cause things. Everyone has an inner conflict to a certain degree sometimes, you know. Sometimes it's just a memory, sometimes it's just a trauma, sometimes it's just a single idea, you know. That's normal. That's considered normal. That's considered completely fine. For some reason. When what remains is either a part of the personality that has pretty much been frozen in that trauma and is experiencing it still, or is a part of that person that is segmented off, or all the repressed traits that the person doesn't like about themselves pushed out. When what remains is a alter or different part of the self, or a part, whatever the fuck you want to call them, even though they are made of the same components that every single motherfucking person can have existing outside, because it just wasn't, you know, part of the clump. It didn't become part of the cohesive self. All of a sudden it's treated as if that's a completely different alien phenomena that cannot exist. I generally discuss this. I disgust at this. DID refers to something that is completely nothing inherently different in that sense. Just what remains can be a part of the personality, or a part of the person, or the person at that time, and they either stay inside, completely unaware of the current world, they stay inside their own understanding of the world, or they don't, and they develop their own preferences and desire and this and that, you know? Emotional dissociation for me is a double-edged sword, because on one hand I don't feel sad when I know I should be. I'm not always a super upbeat person, as my friends would call me. Yeah, there's some things I can talk about with it. I would love to say that I have a lot of pointers to give. I don't really. I do have some things to give, but it's not really about dissociation in general. I think outside of mindfulness, if you don't know about mindfulness being used as like a grounding thing, because I've tried to research heavily into like how to navigate different, because dissociation comes in different degrees, right? When it comes to emotional dissociation, there's a twofold nature to it, right? There's a twofold nature to emotional dissociation. I think this part isn't talked about much. I think when you have emotional dissociation, you can almost develop this, because you're not used to feeling emotions on that degree, right? You can almost develop this unrealistic expectation of what things will be like when the dissociation goes away. That something will remain, and that there'll be this consistent feeling, and this is something that I feel I myself are dealing with, you know? And I'm struggling to really tangibly explain this. Normally, what is the logic is, okay, you're emotionally dissociated. Okay, we need to ground you with a somatic practice. You need to do something that brings you back to the body, brings you back to this present moment. I think I struggle a lot with it in the sense that it goes beyond what should be the case, I guess. Sorry, I'm gonna get back to that, but yeah. Completely fucking losing my brain. It's one thing. It's fine. Also, one thing high sports needs is kind of a term people use now since high functioning. Yeah, no, I can, like, anyone can function. Doesn't mean they're fine, you know. I was diagnosed with ADD young. My son is now low functioning autistic, is nonverbal. Does it cause some issues being labeled as such? Yes. We do what we can and not let it control us. Yeah, exactly. Though my experience isn't universal, I'd say the moment I started to stop putting myself in a box, label myself with things, I stayed a lot more stable as I know myself most. I don't think I've ever truly been happy. I think that I've been more content than I've performed. That's really good. I'm really happy to hear that you've been at least a bit more content, you know? I'm sure that happiness will come, and it's... There's a lot of... We all have a lot of... you know, stuff to kind of sift through and find out. Outside of preferences, just like what is there about us, you know? Articulation's going out a fucking window. There's not much I can say about emotional dissociation. Everything boils down to bringing yourself back into the state, and I've tried different things. I've tried isolating all my senses at set 1 to see if that helped. That's actually done worse. So I think one thing is trying to get used to processing things, and I think it can be a habit thing. I think the narrative I'm going with is my childhood. I don't remember much of it, but I know that the narrative inside is that it was like put in a room, given a toy, expected to basically self-soothe. As a result, I daydream. The day is away. That still happens now and then. It's a bad habit I can't get out of. I have to, that's why meditation is fucking really good for me, because it stops the brain needing to be constantly active rather than being able to just take a walk and not think about anything. You know? Outside of like grounding stuff and focusing on the now and focusing on what you can feel, I don't really have much. Outside of, some people do like reminders, but yeah, they clearly don't have much to say on this. The conclusion I think the thing that I fear myself is that like, because my conscious dissociation is my, like, daydreaming. My adaptive daydreaming, you know? Because one thing emotional dissociation does, and can do, is you've got narrative memory and emotional memory. You can remember what happened, but not remember how it made you feel. And that's how I would describe, like, emotional dissociation, how it can be, right? And trying to combat that can be really hard. Especially when it's a learned habit and something that you unconsciously do. I am curious how that can differ when the dissociation can be, when the catalyst behind a dissociation outside of a habit can be an alter, can be a different personality. Because, yeah, that's something I kind of fear myself a little bit. I don't think I've really talked about it much, like, at all. We've identified an existence of an alter inside who could be maybe, like, let's say the earliest, you know, iteration of me. And if I had to summarize their existence, they are denial incarnate. based on what has been said. And, you know, said in conversations. Denial of love. And when I say love, I just have to clarify, I do not mean romantic love. I mean, like, any. To me, love is very rarely the whole partner love and solely partner love, or the feeling of, like, attraction. It's compassion, it's care, it's concern, it's, you know, it's all encompassing. Denial of love, denial of being needed, wanted, cared for, all that stuff. Absolute denial of, pardon me, unconditional love. And the issue is that, because I've tried to explore this and see what the error could be. That would, you know, because the journey of healing, as I've understood it, it's one thing to understand the cause, but there is more than just that. Understanding the cause can help, but you need to understand how it's currently affecting you. You need to understand what narratives are there deep down. You know, you need to understand, if you can't find out how that narrative formed, it's understanding what is currently reinforcing that. You need to expose yourself to social circles where you can have others reinforce the alternative. You need to have the logic of this narrative and its flaws exposed and challenged. You need to then allow yourself to have new experiences that challenge that, approaching it from a complete different place, approaching it from like a curiosity place. The journey of healing is not taking an axe and cutting away what has been there. It is inspecting it, finding out what the fuck is there, finding out what thought, what emotion, what memory, whatever, and the message that that narrative carries. And changing that habit, that behavior it's all dynamic. It's all going to be influenced by your current social circle, how much reinforcement and how much reassurance you can get, how much, and also the predictive power. This is one that I came to conclusion recently, is like, how much does the alternative narrative help you navigate life or help you predict life? Because we do this so much more than we realize, to an unconscious degree. When you look at the different narratives that you hold deep down in you, they will be something that can be used to predict what is going to happen to you. It's something that explains how people are, how the world is, explains things about yourself, and these narratives tend to have a message carried about people, about the world, about yourself, and what that means. An example would be, I don't know, let's say we have a child, you know, let's say we have a person, during their childhood, they never received any tangible degree of, like, interest, care, compassion, concern, love. We're going to be, you know, broad. They can conclude that, you know, let's say they look outside and they see others having that and them not having it, that there is something wrong with them. And the message would be, there is something completely different about them and they don't deserve, and blah, 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 blah. Bad example, but yeah. It breaks my heart to see and know people who frequently drop, people who act territorial and afraid of the idea of love. I need to read that again to impress it. It breaks my heart to see people. Yeah, I can somewhat get that. It depends on the context. Yeah, go sleep for a bit. Some of your videos have generally helped me. Thank you. I'm not very knowledgeable on this stuff, but I'm learning a lot here and from other stuff. Oh, you're welcome, Pumpkin Smash. I'm glad you... Fucking white throat. Ugh. I'm generally glad that can help you out. And thank you for being here. It's okay if you don't know much about it. You know, no one's obligated to... I'm just yapping at this moment. I think those people who had such an upside down experience become like that in my eyes. They think we need each other and understanding human feeling. It depends on what context you mean, like territorial. But then I'm coming at it from a different angle because my the way I am with my interpersonal relationships is widely different from the traditional. But I've tried to. It's something I do look into a lot, you know. What the journey of healing would be, and understanding the function, the process, and how a belief goes from just being a belief, an opinion, to a narrative, to something that even when exposed to all the illogical flaws and being aware of its like cause, it still feels true, it still feels right. Why that's the case, something I can't really articulate at the moment. I would love to do something on it. I don't really know. I don't feel super confident in doing things that are outside my camera. Fuck you. I don't feel super confident doing stuff that falls outside of the normal content I do, I guess. Mixture of reasons. I hope this hasn't felt like a vent. That was not the intent. Yeah. Yeah, going back to the older thing I mentioned though, yeah, they're denial incarnate because the narrative they hold is that they died, and therefore I and everything I've experienced is just a dream they're having before they pass on. Because when we try to identify like what the denial is, of okay, why, you know, why can't this person love you? The answer is pretty much just like, can't be true. It's never been true, so it can't be true. No one cared about me and I'm gone. We'll go in a couple minutes, but I won't tell you your videos generally help me. Even if it's helping me, even if it's just helping me beat the insomnia that night. Thank you so much. Oh, you're welcome, Foxy Boy. It's rare to see streams like this where people can have sensitive and rational conversations due to how it's stimulating it and become online. Oh, thank you. I generally never thought about it that way, I guess. Seriously, thank you. I don't know, I feel like that's... Never thought about that being something I could achieve in a stream. More just like, if I did a certain video. As an impact I want to have, yeah. Huh. Oh, thank you. I'm glad everyone's enjoyed the discussion. Again, I hope no one's found it dismissive or, yeah. The worst part about seeing DID is some people just pressure you to feel entities to knowing, like, trauma-related stuff. Yeah, no. I get that, Zach. Sorry. I know you sent that a while ago. I'm sorry I didn't respond to it till now. Yeah, the one thing that I did find in my research of, like, how to heal, though, was, I can't remember the exact term, but it was, like, identifying the error. And I tried to do it on my own. You know, alters struggle, and it was... Okay, is the error that, you know, feeling like it's never going to be the case, would the error be if someone's never left, you know? And that wasn't the case. I've had people who have never left, and that hasn't changed anything. I've been heard, I've been seen, I've been received. Emotions Association says no, you're not gonna be like feeling it for more than 5 minutes, but you know. Hello Mira TV, hiya, how you doing? Welcome to the stream. Have a nice day or night. We were talking about education. We're now having we've had a very long segment off into the nuances of how the fuck do I summarize this, guys? I think nuances doesn't even hit the nail on the head briefly of what has been discussed. Yeah. I don't really have a term to throw. I'm okay, Jen. That's good. I mean, that's part of it, talking about always no headspaces and my own personal stuff, but like beyond that, like we were talking about like yeah, I can't. I mean, yeah, I mean DID came up because I have DID. I don't like to use the term. Oh, really? Oh, you might find this interesting then. I personally don't use the term because I have my own reasons against the diagnostic patagram, but like a way I frame DID is I frame it as something that is nothing that different from, because essentially, I'll give you the spiel. Integration refers to like something that's a core goal for most therapies, whether it's in a conflict, whether it's an emotion, whether it's a memory, whether it's a trauma, whether it's an ideology or a habit. There is something that hasn't been brought in to the cohesive whole of the self, right? You are not born with a personality, it's forming. So there are different iterations of you, different ideas, different preferences, you know, they all kind of form. Not different. Now, let me frame it differently. You're not born with a personality, right? You just slowly form into one. You are the sum of those parts. And not all of those parts come into the whole, right? They don't all integrate into a cohesive self. Even outside, we're not even talking about DID, this is just everyone. Everyone has an inner conflict somewhere, or a lingering emotion from the past, or a lingering memory, something like that, right? Yet, for some reason, we have to treat that when it is something that hasn't integrated into the whole, when that something is an alter, or is an alter frozen in a trauma, all of a sudden, it's, oh, this can't be real. All of a sudden, the industry goes, it's either 50% real or 50% fake. This boils my fucking blood. And I could rant about this for ages. There is a very big, the self is a unity whole, there is only a unity of the self bullshit that gets challenged by the existence of DID. Or anything. There are different degrees. There are things like DID. There are many things like DID that I can mention. And things that overlap. And I'm not even talking symptoms, I do mean like DID. That's why I use the term like, right? And that's because, like, there is something called the multiplicity of the self, and that is the theory that this stuff is like, it's mostly structural dissociation, you know, that this can happen to anyone, right? There is a multiplicity in a neurological sense, in a cognitive sense. You are the sum of your parts. For some reason, this core philosophy that there is this unity self says no, there can only be a single self. Because the existence of something like DID challenges this philosophy, it's treated like it's just this completely fucking alien thing. There's this completely odd thing that just can only happen now and then, or it's super rare. Fuck off. It is not rare. It is as rare as intersex people. And intersex people are only as rare as the statistics say. And how accurately can you get statistics of how many intersex people there are when they're changed at birth? Also, how many are actually studied? For example, I cannot tell you, if I wanted to, how many people are polyamorous and non-monogamous in my country because it's not something that is actually studied. It is not something that is tallied. Also, the statistics say nothing but about the people who have been identified. You could say the same about DID. DID has got a bad history of being treated like shit, being treated like a completely controversial thing. Therefore, you generally think people aren't going to have shame, and that everyone's going to know, right? Are you talking about Alters, Bit News, and to look in DID? Because I'm pretty sure... Oh, okay. Hey, that's okay. Welcome, K for Kanokoi Kobe, is that okay? Well, also the main reason as well outside that is because, like... I'll summarize what we spoke about already in stream. Diagnoses are a criteria. They are something that is formed by the current understanding, and that is key, current understanding. If you generally think we have a set in stone understanding, we do not. If you think we do not have an understanding at all, you are also wrong. However, what comes out of academia will take years to come into the general consensus of the public, because it relies on something called publishing and even just people being aware of it, and that takes a while, right? These are criteria. Keyword, criteria. They are boxes that we've made to say, oh, this phenomena, we put in this one. So it doesn't, just to organize things. However, the exceptions, there are exceptions to every rule. There will be an exception to these criteria. When that isn't included in that criteria, what happens? People either don't get the diagnosis because they don't fit the criteria, or they get given their own different criteria. I am one of these people who thinks that diagnosis data, really good for, you know, keeping an idea of trends and seeing what tends to be the case. Not good for the individual. I generally think you would get more from being told, hey, here's the symptoms you have. Here's the treatment options. Than you would have, here's a box that you currently class as, based on the consensus. Fuck off. Beyond that, too much to summarize. Too much to summarize. Would you say that you could recognize yourself and others having genetical disorders or circumstantial disorders? I don't know. Genetical, I have no clue. I probably do have an autoimmune illness carried on from one of my parents. As I've now, much to my dismay, discovered that my father's genes of excessive body hair growth rate has translated into me, which I'm not too fond of, but it is indeed the case. That is incredibly loud. That's getting turned down. Thank you for whoever just followed or subscribed. I don't know which one it is. I don't know which sound is which. But yeah, I don't like to refer to myself as DID unless I need to, because I think this is just one single element of human experience and it isn't anything super different like it's treated. You know? I'm not saying it doesn't deserve its category. Not at all. Just same reason I'm not too happy with saying I am poly, because calling me poly is a complete disservice to why I am the way I am, and doesn't even remotely explain how I am. I love watching Minx walking around behind you. I read US-wise there's 1/3 of people are non-monogamous. It's limited, but some stuff. Yeah, it's something that isn't tracked here because monogamous marriage doesn't exist. It's illegal. Not that I care. I care not for marriage personally. I have a very I don't judge anyone for it. Just I have my own when it comes to marriage and that sort of stuff, and just the whole relationship elevator. Yeah, not for me. Where marriage comes from, its whole origin and the implications, I'm good. I don't like it very much. And the walking epitome of like when people complain, oh, no one wants to get married and have kids anymore. No, I don't. Cope. I really don't. Yeah, that's it. I don't like how it can boil down to an obligation. And it doesn't have to be, and I get that. Just I don't see why I need to have it. I can understand wanting to have a special day and a ceremony and all that stuff. Cool, have that. But needing the government to know I'm together with someone and having it on a piece of paper and being official, I'm sorry. If someone fucking loves me and cares about me, I don't need a ceremony to prove that. Is my own thing on that. It screams insecurity to me, but then that's my own opinion. It would feel like that would come from a place of insecurity. And also, you know, I'm aware it can come from tradition and come from and all this stuff, you know, like... It feels like a tradition that, yeah, if you want to follow it, go ahead, but it shouldn't feel like anyone needs to follow it. And maybe it's because people are like, oh, then someone stays with you, you know, then it's... But if you were worried about whether they're going to stay with you, doesn't that say something? I mean, if it's in a culture where that is the case, sure, that makes sense, but like... Now, plus the tax benefits regarding marriage, plus legal rights. I don't like how you meet so many people like, oh, they're married, they've been married like 6-7 years, and they fucking hate each other. Why the fuck are you married? Why are you together? Why are you tolerating? You have your life. If you are not happy, leave. Or do whatever the fuck. But don't stay together out of toleration. Also, fuck the fucking, oh, once you're married, you can never divorce. No, I'm sorry, I don't care. Nah, that's wrong. If it doesn't work, it doesn't work. Let them leave. If they're not happy, they're not happy, you know? And sometimes that's the case. I'm not, you know, alien to that. I've had to let some people go in the relationship sense because we just don't work out. Doesn't mean we don't care about each other or see each other in like a friend capacity. Not easy, but you know, feels like it's to play, gain everyone's. Not just that, it's also a fucking money grab. It's also a money grab. Holy shit, marriages cost so much. Fuck that shit. Holy hell, no. That's too much money. Far too much. The dress prices and the colours, and it's got to be this way and that way and done this way and bruh. I get it. It can be a special day and it can be a ceremony to people. I just don't. It's not my thing. I don't need a piece of paper or a ceremony to know my partner's okay and isn't just gonna go away or actually cares about me. I don't need that. And as for kids, I generally don't care. I already struggle with, even outside the emotional dissociation shit, I have no interest in raising a child. Why should I raise someone for 18 years? What's the game for me? That sounds so cold, but it's true. I want to live my life. Not, you know, having to raise someone else. Well, that's just me. I'm not judging anyone who has a kid. This is just my own outlook. Like, I have had to pretty much sacrifice most of my adult life, my early adult life, for someone. And I don't feel like I've lived. I don't feel like I've lived. I don't feel like I've done much with my life, and I just want to live for me. That's just me, you know? Some people to get married, yeah, family pressure and, you know, insurance reasons is so fucked. I'm raising me still, exactly. I want to raise me. I am the child I'm raising, you know? Technically, you know, little O's inside, so don't get married either. It feels, maybe do it for tax benefits still, feels so forced. Like, when I'm with my partner, that is enough. I don't need it on paper, like, why? Yeah. Been looking into DID because I feel like when I'm crying, I'm not the same person. I don't remember childhood. Feel created to help this person towards difficult times and become mature. That can be the case. I'm not going to tell you what it is, because I can't. There is so many things it can be. What matters is your experience. Don't worry about what you count as. Just what your experience is. That's all that matters. To me, I've always viewed marriage as a very overwhelming concept ever since I was young. I view it as an equivalent to jingling car keys to others to show that you're in love. Yeah. So real, I don't plan on having a kid just because I can barely handle little siblings. As each new generation gets new brain rot, I don't think I'll be able to handle a kid. Kids these days are way too sassy. Yeah, I'm happy with having a pet, but like, there is so much you have to do for a child. Outside of just like the basic thing, like, I wouldn't want to try and make them grow up to be someone like me. I wouldn't want to try and control that. I wouldn't want to try and direct where they go in that sense. I would want to give them that agency. But I generally feel like the satisfaction people get from that, and well, I was going to call it satisfaction because I have no idea what it'd be. I think I get that from just helping people. Whether that's a small little task or like letting them talk about shit. Seeing someone grow as they get older. I get the feeling that people do from raising a child by just seeing people grow. I don't, you know? I also just don't have the capacity. Like, mental capacity, I just don't. I would be... Values-wise? Sure. But, like, in, like, actual... when it comes down to it, I didn't have the emotional capacity, or the mental capacity, or the energy. I don't have the desire, you know? On top of the brain rot epidemic, I'd say raising a child is not worth. It's, yeah, economically, like, I can see the reason economically. Economically, this whole thing is fucked. This whole situation we're in is fucked. We for real went from the joke of private property being challenged. People used to ridicule that, and now no one can own private property, you know? The issue I normally have is when it comes to finding a partner or partners, that's normally something that people are either like, oh yeah, I want, or I eventually want, and I'm like, that's cool. This might not work out because I never want that. And people, you know, you do have people like, oh, maybe you'll change your mind. No, I generally don't. I generally don't, and that's nothing wrong with it. Doesn't mean I have to ridicule people who do. I just don't. Doesn't mean there's something wrong with me. Doesn't mean it has to be pathologized. It's just me, you know? You got that nurturing personality. I don't think too much about brain rot epidemic. I really don't. I don't. The media that we all consume as adults is enough, you know? Like, yeah. I completely lost where we went and where this conversation has gone. That's what I was gonna say, yeah. No. When I looked inside the healing process, it was identifying errors in the narrative that we hold. Not just like logic errors, just like errors that you can identify that apply, you know? Can't say it worked for me, because when I tried, that alters errors. It didn't really exist. It boiled down to just the concept itself in an existential sense, so now I'm kind of curious about whether I am now. Obviously, I'm, you know, curious. It's not really a narrative, but I'm very much curious if the dissociational experience is something that, outside of, you know, habit and maybe like learned experience and changes in brain maybe caused by it, you know, if the extent of it is being catalyzed by that alter. Then there's a fear, if that's the case, that this struggle to have a consistent idea and retention of how I've felt about something, what interest I've had in something, and from passion to an experience. If that's pretty much just going to be impaired until that is dealt with. It could just be memory, I guess. And fingers crossed this amnesia is just induced by dissociation and not anything else. You know. Isn't relevant. Do you think there was anything in specific that caused you to be empathetic and nurturing person? hard to answer. Empathy developed. Yeah, it's had to change. I was empathetic, but there had to be changes done to reach this level. Adjustments and whatnot. Outside of learning, you know, basic shit like being able to put someone, you know, yourself in someone else's shoes and considering what's going on for them, and without even knowing them, you know, just considering something else could be going on and being able to exercise that empathy and being able to experience and actually listen to someone's experience and not just, oh, I'm so sorry for you, you know. I'm not really sure. I think people who have been through something that has either felt like a lot and it's had that consequence, you know, or those sort of lived experiences. It can either make you really shut down, or it can make you more sympathetic. I wasn't always the way I am now. Hell, I didn't know half about like how deep it went and making connections with people and experiencing, you know, abuse myself, witnessing it. That definitely changes you. Yeah, I don't know if you asked like an earlier iteration of me, if I would have ever been identified as someone who, like, my baseline, like social villa baseline is, I don't hold, I mean, you know, everyone holds opinions, but like, I think one of the core ethics of me is human rights and agency. I've grown to be someone who puts a lot of value on that. It's an apparatus I use. I don't think anyone's agency, freedom, freedom to express, freedom to be, should be impaired, controlled, directed. Obviously it's different when it's a minor. You do want to give them agency to become an individual as well as protect them from dangers of the world. Honestly, it's probably just been the people I've met, alongside the experiences I've had. You know, my ex-roommate comes to mind. I think after I met her shortly after getting out of the abusive environment, and becoming not aware of someone's trauma, but aware of what can happen in the world and completely just be seen as normal, or not even addressed, or not even approached, or not even changed or challenged in the family, in the legal system. How someone's rights can just be fucking stripped away, and people probably hear that and think I'm not even, you know, having a briefest understanding of what that is. But when you've learned about how someone can just be told they can't work anymore by their government because they have a new policy that if you're mentally ill you can't work, that based on your gender, oh, you're a woman, you can't own land, You can't rent your own apartment. You can't even rent an apartment. And that barely scratches the surface. Let alone how some people have their whole fucking life decided for them. Without their say. You're going to this career, you're going to study this, you're going to take this 8-hour exam. You have no say, you have no control, even if you're not a minor. This is your life. You know? It makes you very privy to how that is. How wrong that is. I used to be a lot more judgmental. I'd say I'm talking collectively. I had a very judgmental an outlook on this stuff. Stuff that I now think a lot more nuanced about. For example, I'm going to mention gender in a way that people aren't used to. I was very, very judgmental about how people cling on to that. In the sense that male and female, how people cling on to it to the point where we have to have separate fucking bathrooms. Cling on to mild differences in biology to the point where we, some people in society and some cultures have entirely fucking different rules and genuinely see each other as these completely different fucking species. As if we have different psychology, as if it's not all cultural. I could not stand it. And I still, you know, as an individual in an ideal world, my ideal world, yeah, we wouldn't have to worry about shit like that. I see why. I understand the nuances. Well, obviously I did. Like, I know why we don't suddenly go, why the whole bathroom thing exists, because cultural shit. Toxic masculinity, and people can take advantage of someone, and assault and shit like that, but like, and some people are like, oh, but if we didn't have that, then what would we have? Well, you would just have something else. I'm not talking bathroom, like, you know, like, I'm really struggling to articulate this. It's been a while. But I was very judgmental of that. And most of my social circles didn't involve that. This idea of what you had to be feminine and masculine was pretty much non-fucking existent. Like, you had a friend put on a skirt and they were a guy, nothing was judged, nothing was said. It was just, oh, that's how they are. It wasn't, oh, they're not a guy, or oh, they're not this. It's fabric. Get a grip. Someone being emotionally intelligent wasn't seen as, oh, that's a womanly thing. That's gay. Are you a woman? You're caring about feelings, you're caring about emotions, you're communicating boundaries. Why is being healthy attributed to that? It didn't make sense. I used to be very judgmental about like the whole marriage and kids thing, incredibly. It's not judgmental these days. I learned that it was all, you know, my personal preference. If someone tries to force it on me, then I can say shit, but if someone's happy, they're happy. My preference isn't going to be everyone else's preference, and that's life. You can't change that. You can't jump into everyone's head and say no, you know? I used to be really judgmental in the sense that, I mean, my family is, my family, you know, their outlook on life is you work, you die. There's no between. You go to work, you put yourself into an early grave by working those hours. It's worth it because of the money. You use it to go on holiday, maybe once a year, and then you die. That's all there is to life. Financial struggle. Or just sacrificing those finances for, yeah. Sacrificing your time to live. That's all they saw it as. That's all they saw life as. And no ambitions, no passions, no desires, not even friends. Their friends are someone they know from school who I'll see and talk to for like 5 minutes, or you can't have friends when you have kids apparently. Or you can't have concrete friends or even best friends as an adult, which is fucking nonsense. Fostering close connections is, I'm not saying it's easy, but it's possible, you know? A very bleak outlook on life. And that caused me to foster a sense of, hell no, I ain't doing that. There has to be an alternative. And here I am. I work part-time. I have my own apartment. I share it with a roommate. I don't work myself into a bone to the grave. I earn an okay amount. Could I get more? Sure. Do I want it? Not for the sacrifice of time. I'm good. I can do a hobby. If I want to draw, I can. If I want to stream like this, I can. If I want to make something of myself using something like this, I can. You know? This is really deep, but your voice is so calming. I struggle a lot with sleep, but this is making me tired. Bless you. But that's, you know, that fostered a very, and that eventually fostered a very, how do I describe it? Hyper focus on destination. Destination, destination, destination. This version of me, called Kale, he was very focused on making something of himself, to the point where everything he did was about it. Every daydream was about it. To the point where he didn't focus on the now. You know, the whole journey, destination, bullshit, life. It's not about a destination, it's not about a journey. It's about the balance. If you don't know where you're going, that's fine. But if you don't have anywhere to go, it can get aimless. You know? And if you can't focus on journey while you're going there, you're gonna struggle. You're not gonna live life as it is now. And sometimes that's what's needed, but also sometimes no. Like if you're in a bad environment like he was, which he was during the abusive environment, so you can see how that formed. Yeah, it made him hyperfixate on trying to get the fuck out of anything like that. You know? I generally hold it's not about the destination or the journey, it's about both. And what one you need to focus on will depend on your situation. Knowing where you want to go in life, what you want to do, that is a journey of exploration. No one can tell you how to go about it. It's exploring yourself, it's trying out things and seeing what works, seeing what sticks. Throwing shit on the wall and see what works. Working out what your current preferences are and going from that. I found a burning passion within, well, most of my authors, and me, by literally just exploring a curiosity. And then it branched off to different things, and before I know it, I found something that I don't do much of it now, because engaging with hobbies is hard thanks to the amnesia. But like, yeah. You have so little views. I honestly thought you were way more famous due to the quality of content. Oh, thank you. That's very sweet of you. I don't mind having a lot of views. It's fine. Streams are streams. You know, content's content. I'm very aware of that. But thank you, Eternal. That's very sweet of you. Thanks for joining the stream. Hope you've had a nice day or night, whatever time it is for you. So good of you. I'm proud. Thank you. I think saying why not is a good way to fight judgment of things that are seen as non-traditional by others. It's a simple phrase to make people think about it judgmental. Exactly, you know. But I focused a lot on the judging rather than the why. You know. I think I'm gonna try and sleep since I'm very tired. Also, hey Minx. Alright, okay, bitch. Thank you for joining the stream. It's nice having you here. Sleep well. Night night. You wanna say meow meow? You wanna say hi? You wanna say hi? Don't eat the mic. She must disappear in my, like, against my shirt. Hello, we're coming up in my nap, having a snack now. Hey, hi Denise, how you doing? Sleep well, gay. That's such a funny sentence. Sleep gay. Sleep gay. It's like the fucking, I've seen someone just take like the whole get well soon and just says get gay, you know? Get gay soon. Growing up in a judgment environment is hard. Shedding that is strength. Yeah. It'll take more time. I'll take more free time for less money. 100% full-time work driving Casey. No, I just, yeah. Full-time work makes no sense to me. If it works for you, it works for you. I'm happy for you. It doesn't for me. You know. That's why I feel for countries like fucking US where like 120 hours or something like that is just the norm, and it's like, Jesus fucking Christ, that's insanity. Not the norm, but you know, insane hours is the norm. But yeah, I don't know. Sorry, I went on for ages about that, didn't I? I don't know how I tended. It's just the experiences I've had, I guess. The people I've had in my life, and caring for people, really. When you see someone, and I mean like, you see them at their worst, you see them at their most vulnerable, you see them express the most deeply repressed parts about them, you reciprocate that. You see them for the person they are, you encourage them, you see them in so many different states. You literally experience them. How could you not care? You know? I was on my way to sleep, but saw your live, just want to say good night. Have a good night or day or whatever. If this account's name, if it's strange to you, just call me Ember. Oh, okay, Ember. That is, I was gonna say, yeah. I don't know how to read out dash for the bottom words. Sorry. Well, thank you. Have a nice night yourself, or a good day. Oh, good night, you said gonna sleep. Sorry, processing is a bit harebrained. Yum 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 yum. Can people see you? Can people see you, maybe? No? Hi, sweetie. Hi, sweetie. Hi, sweetie. Yeah, I mean, like, the biggest thing I'd say about the tradition thing is, like, traditions, everyone goes, oh yeah, this has worked, so why should we change it? Okay, but is it still serving the purpose it was made for? Is it still fitting for society now? If it's not, then that tells me something. It's one thing to keep a tradition around, it's another to revise whether it's needed. Or, as a very old friend would put it, tradition is, can be living life based on the words of a fucking skeleton. Why are you letting a skeleton dictate how you should live your life? You know? That doesn't sound like fun. Hi, sweetie. I'm so glad no one here is there to challenge. No one is here to challenge me on that and be like, "Oh, but tradition guides society," and because I do not have the ability to articulate that stuff, or the ability to articulate what I think about that in a calm and collected manner, let alone articulate one. I mean, it's count just very smart to avoid YouTube outing me in front of people, but hey, now I get to speak early for real, for real. Aw, bless you. Wait, is that Ember? As in, are you Ember as in Luna's Ember? Or am I mixing just similar name? I know someone called Ember as well. I haven't spoken to him in a while. I had to hide it from someone on Discord, I just keyboard smashed the name. Bez. Aww. Hi, B. Oh, nobody. Ain't nobody. He's a good girl. He's a good girl. Well, like capitalism has made work so competitive and descriptive, it's made people mindless how harmful. Yeah, no. Here's the thing. Brave New World. Everyone talks about 1984. Brave New World is a novel by Aldous Huxley. It is about a world in which it is not enforced. Everyone is pacified and worked to the fucking bone. And that is pretty much a statement of that. It's not just capitalism, it is like, it's definitely capitalism, but it's something else. It should not be normal to work 50 to 80 hour week. That is insanity. You know? Not jealous of Cat? Sure. It works because people are like, oh, it has to work because I need to pay this for healthcare, or I need this for this. If your thing costs that much, that it costs you a grave, fucking move. Is what my response would be. I know it's not as easy as that. But it's so fucked. Hey Age, how you doing? Just picked off a baby named Flight, honorable mentions. Ah, okay. I was just curious. I'm gonna move my legs. I've been in this position far too long. I went for a jog recently, and I don't jog as much as I used to. I used to jog an hour to work every day, and now I jog like 10, maybe 12 minutes, and now my leg's like, I'm dead. That's why jog breaks were going to be a thing, but not tonight because it's like snowy and rainy, and I'll slip and die. I won't slip, but my roommate always slipped in his, having a fucking bridge. I'm good, I don't want to join him. Oh, ow, ow. Fuck. Jesus. Oh. Oh, why does that hurt? Oh, why does that hurt? Is that because I've been leaning? Oh my god. The fuck? Oh, shit. I think so. I don't know. That's a... Fuck. Ow, 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 ow. Shit. What? Sorry, oh god. Ooh. Yeah, I think it's seizure or someone trying to come out. Oh, never had a cramp here though, what the fuck? What the shit? I'm gonna see how I am. Just give me a sec. No, that's not. It's fine. I'm okay. You don't have to pass it again. I don't like that place. I don't want to stop stream. I'm not going to stop stream because someone inside is being a dick. Fuck off. Fine. Fine. Don't need rest. I'm safe. Fine. Just don't like how this has happened again. I don't want history repeating herself. What was I talking about? Oh yeah. Yeah, it's just muscle spasms from a seizure. It's nothing new. Yeah. Nothing happened. I didn't have a seizure, just when the owl's inside trying to fuck with me, it's nothing new. Most of my seizures tend to be a troublesome owl being a dick. So this isn't something I'm not used to, just that lights up. Pull strings. Yeah, but it's been getting me through a lot recently. I have insomnia and they help me sleep. You're always very soothing. Thank you, K9. I'm glad they could help you. Oh my ear, Jesus. That's a new one. I never had like cramp there. That felt so weird. I felt like my rib cage had become a bone and was like throbbing pain. That shouldn't be possible, but that's what it felt like. My heart's fine for anyone who even panics. Yeah, normal beat. Yeah, I played last what I was doing. Fuck off. How's everyone doing? Wait it out. Sometimes having it can help. Sometimes letting the seizure out can help. Talk like uncorking a bottle. Also just gives them a chance to talk. But being real, I don't really let these others talk because they are problematic in the sense of their dicks. They are mean. They are. Yeah, they're not pleasant. Normally they come out, they say some hurtful stuff, and they cry, and then they go. You know? One of them we discovered recently can just come through and mask as me. They can come through without me being aware, which is a little bit scary. I recommend if you're scared for if... Yeah, I'm fine. Oh, he's fine. Nothing you need to worry about. I just wanted to come out and have a little talk, but I guess that's just not allowed. Never is. I can't have you guys making this little piece of shit feel like he's anything worth, got it? A very simple message for all of you. Don't. I need you reawakening some paths that are long fucking dead thanks to me. Don't get in my fucking way. Remember how I said they're quite unpleasant? Yeah. That's, calling them saboteurs would be an understatement, let's just put it that way. No, it's not something I want anyone to really see, have to hear, or even, you know. That's why I'm concerned if a lot of my dissociation is coming from them, then I gonna be a long fucking journey. Because they're not as looking to change. You know. That's fine. I don't know if I'll be streaming for too long after that. Just wondering, are you aware, Cognitive, how you found yourself getting involved with your hobbies activities? The voice acting existed before me. Kale, who predated me, got a mic, made an awful fucking script of Uganda Knuckles ASMR. Uploaded it. Friends saw it, laughed, said this would never turn into anything. He found someone's comfort audio that was decent, but lacked a lot. If you look at both our works, we both always tried to put some sort of impact on the individual. Whether it was advice someone could actually apply or just techniques that would be fitting. Yeah. 8 months after getting the mic, he got the confidence to upload something, and it did numbers. He got lucky. He continued doing it. At one point, we hit so many views, we could have made like $5,000 that month. But we wasn't really in a position to earn from it. We were receiving a type of governmental fund assist thing, and that would have gone away had I started earning on that, and we were being financially abused. So yeah, I never managed to hit the numbers he did. I mean, I have once or twice. He would put a lot of effort in. He would spend about an hour to 2 hours on a script. He would watch multiple videos that people made, listen to the whole thing, wait until an idea sparked in him, seeing what they could have added, what could have been done better, and then went, you know. But hypnosis tied into something that already existed, which was this interest in all states of consciousness and knowing how to induce them, you know. And if you've ever heard me talk about my meditation, if we're going to call it that, then yeah, it blended into that. Hey Harrison, how you doing? Welcome to the stream. I hope you had a nice day or night. If I sound dead, it's because I just had a little bit of a moment, that's all.
both a mixture of not engaging with my hobbies enough, which, if you don't, you learn that it kind of screws your, I mean, it can kill the desire. Maybe not for most people, but for me it did. When you pair that with, like, consistency's hard for me. Whether we're talking about a consistent perception or consistent understanding of where I stand, remaining, lingering desire, stuff like that. So if I just joined the stream at a bad time, it's fine. Not bothering anything. I basically nearly had a muscle spasm. It could have turned to a seizure, but I stopped it. It was caused by a problematic saboteur of an ulcer. And then, they came out and said hi. Which I don't think anyone heard them talk, thankfully, so we're fine. Nothing's, yeah. I was feeling too authentic and too with the moment, I guess. I don't know. They try to impair me to make sure I don't. Yeah. Not allowed to feel that way, apparently. It's fine. I appreciate it. Yeah, I don't want to end stream on a bad note, but I think I'm gonna go.